I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. Stay on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, beating the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. You're proud to go throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my track. Go to swipes, go and take what we want. Chip it down, living some 50 gang. What we owing, man, through the door, flat line, like you up. Always getting what we want.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Series E. It's day 2 of week 3. It's Pringles week, and we keep things rolling here at Esports Arena. I'm your host for today. As always, my name is Yeso. Super excited to be here with all of you and excited to get things rolling once again. We had a super fun night last night with Team Intel coming out with the best single night performance we've seen from a partnered squad so far this season. We'll have to see if one of their competitors or even if Intel can try and top their performance here tonight, but the competition is going to be that much harder as some of the best pros from all across North America will be competing here tonight. Now, for those of you that are new, if you don't know what Series E is, I can explain it for you very simply. Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 squads that qualified for Series E Season 3, either through our open qualifiers prior to the season or based on their placement in Season 2 of Series E. Now, all 9 of those squads have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands. Each player now makes $750 a month salary, as well as competes weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday against other open squads just like they used to be themselves, and every Wednesday, like today, against some of the top pros from across North America. If you, your squad, want to get in on the action, make sure to head over to matchareno.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Now, we mentioned Team Intel. They had a very strong performance last night, looking to do the same here tonight. Another team to keep an eye on is obviously G2. They've won back-to-back pro nights to start this season. They're looking to make it the three-peat tonight, but it's going to be a tough test. Obviously, TSM looking to put themselves at the top of the scoreboard for the first time this season. They were our strongest pro squad in Season 2, and they're looking to repeat that here in Season 3. Tons of teams to compete, lots of action. It's going to be a blast. But before we get into that, we've got a little bit of fun to have here. It's my favorite game show, Deal or Steal, and I've got a very special guest ready to join me here. It's Asura from the Pittsburgh Knights joining me here today. A pleasure to have you, my friend. How we doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. Excited for the action tonight. Excited to have you here for some Deal or Steal. I want to break it down, though, for the folks at home, just how Deal or Steal works. I've got 20 Apex crates with a range of awesome prizes in there from all of our partners, as well as some awesome Esports Arena swag in there. We're going to go through multiple rounds, eliminating crates as we go after Asura picks one for himself. At the end of each round, I will have a deal, or Asura can elect to steal and keep playing. At the end of the game, if he takes none of my deals, we'll open up his crate and he will win what's inside. Are you ready to go? We got some awesome prizes today.
Yep, I'm ready.
All right, love to hear it. We're gonna slap the game up on the board here. I got crates 1 through 20, and you have got to pick which one you wanna hold on to here to start off the show. Which is the lucky number?
I'll go with 13. It's my favorite number.
Oh, okay. Lucky number 13. All right, we're going to set that one aside. And now first round here, we've got to open 9 crates. 9 have got to go in this first round before my first deal.
12.
Number 12. Okay, starting in that third row. Let's see what we've got inside number 12. As you can see, a range of awesome prizes from all of our partners. Do we get a good roll at the start? 2,150 Apex coins. They're a solid prize, but an okay one to get off the board here early. Which one is next?
Number 1.
Number 1. All right. We need to have some good luck here because Asura and his squad are going to be playing tonight. We want to roll that dealer steal luck here into some lucky drops. Some good games here tonight. It's a Pringles pack. Okay. There we go. That's a good start. 2 prizes in those top 2 rows off of the table. So we're starting strong here. Lucas had a bit of a good start yesterday as well. Let's see if we can keep it rolling.
I'm going 20 next.
Number 20 down to the bottom right corner. What do we got inside number 20? It's going to be the Rice Krispies Treats pack. There we go. Okay. Hey, we're building some momentum here.
I'll go with 14 next.
Number 14. We'll just isolate number 13 there. And we're hoping we want to keep that Xbox Series X on the board as long as possible. Ooh, that Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. That's a good one. That's one of our purple tiers off the board here early. That one's going to sting a little bit.
Next 7.
Next one up, number 7. Let's see if that one can pay off. We need to get back up into those white tiers here. Oh, back to back Razer products. The Razer backpack there inside of number 7. Okay, we've had a bit of a stumble here. We gotta get back on track. 4 more to go this round.
I'm thinking 5 this time.
Number 5, okay. Keep it in those single digits. Let's see if we can get one back here. We need this one to be a winner. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Nestle Splash Water Pack, one of those 2 prizes up there. That's a good one to roll. Okay, 3 more to go before my first deal. Which one's speaking to you, my friend?
I'm thinking 8.
Okay. We've had 1 hit and 1 miss in this second row. Is 8 going to be a hit or a miss? Here, it's a miss.
There's no way it got put together.
The Xbox Series X. Oh, that one hurts. That hurts. We got to collect ourselves here. We still got 2 more crates we got to open before my first deal.
All right, I'll go with 4.
Number 4. Okay. I will say, I don't believe we've had anybody open it with their first crate, but some people on their second, so you're doing better there. Another Nestle Splash Water Pack. There we go. We're back into the white tier prizes. All right, this should be last one for the first round. Can we stay in those white tiers?
15.
15. Okay. Back down to that 4th row. You need a winner here. It's an Esports Arena mystery box. Okay, there's still another one of those available on the board. So if you're looking for some Esports Arena swag, still some shots at that. 9 off of the board here. Bit of a rough stumble there late in the round. We hit those 2 Razer products and the Xbox Series X. So that was a bit of a tough run, but you hit a lot of white tiers there early. So my first offer going to be a little lower though, due to some of those big ones coming off the board. I want to make sure you got some energy, that you're well hydrated during your runs here on Series E. So I got a Rockstar pack for you here. Give you some of that energy, keep that thirst at bay while you're competing against some of the best pros in NA. You want deal or steal, and we keep playing.
Steal.
Steal, all right. All right, there still could be a really good prize hiding inside of number 13. Still plenty of good stuff on the board. Asura says steal. We'll keep playing here. We got to open up 6 crates this round. 6 have got to go.
6. Okay, I'm gonna go with 2.
Number 2, okay. Back up to that top row. Let's get back in these white tier prizes. There it is, the Pop-Tarts pack. That's a great start, okay.
I'll go with 19 next.
19. Top row, down to the bottom row. Can we keep the momentum rolling? Still some Apex coins up there. Walmart gift card. Final Razor product. It's an Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks pack. Okay. 2 for 2 in round 2.
Three.
Number 3. Okay. Let's close out that top row. It is all right. 3 for 3. Sura's on a roll. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. This is going well. 3 more to go this round. Which one is speaking to you next?
I'm thinking 11 here.
11. Okay. Snake Eyes. Number 7 bit you a little bit earlier. Is number 11 going to be a lucky one? Oh, no. The Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pros.
3 purples in the same quadrant.
Oh. That one hurts. Okay. We had a good start to the round. I think we can still finish strong here. That one's going to sting. We still got to crack open 2 more this round. 2 more got to go.
17.
17. Back down to that bottom left corner, right below number 13. Is it going to pay off? Oh, 6,700 Apex coins. That's a lot of coin. Okay. Last one of round 2.
We'll go back up to the top 6.
Number 6. Okay. Close out the final one in that second row. We need another whites here. We need those Cheez-Its gone here. Oh, the $50 Walmart gift card. We started so good. We started so good this round, and it all fell apart there at the end. Okay, so we see there's some prizes still up on the board here. My offer for you this time around is going to be 2,150 Apex coins. If you don't have that heirloom collection completed, I want to help you do it. Now, just so you know, if you say steal here, we'll open 3 final crates. I will have 1 final deal for you. If you don't take that one, then we open up number 13.
Let's go with steal.
Okay. There still could be a good prize hiding inside 13 there. The Esports Arena mystery box still up there. A couple of Series E jerseys. Still some Apex coins on the table as well. So 9, 10, 16, 18. 3 of those have got to go.
Let's go with 18.
Okay. Let's close out that bottom row. We need that Cheez-It pack off the board. And we need it right here. And there it is. Sura found it. Cheez-It pack right there. That's a good pick. And 2 more. 9, 10, 16.
16.
16, he says. It's a Series E jersey of your choice. Okay, there's still 1 more of those left on the board. So if you're trying to get maybe a Pringles jersey like I'm rocking today, we still got a shot at that. So 9 or 10. It's going to have either coins, a jersey, or the Esports Arena mystery box in it.
I'm going to guess 9.
Number 9. All right. We're leaving 10 and 13 on the board. Is 9 the right choice? Oh, it's the Esports Arena mystery box. Okay. You put me in an interesting predicament here. You can see those 2 final prizes left on the board. It's a Series E jersey of your choice or some Apex coins. My deal for you here is going to be a little bit of a middle ground. There's 2,150 up there and the jersey. I'm going to meet you in the middle. We're going to go 4,800 Apex coins. 4,800 Apex coins is going to be my offer for you here. You can take that or you risk it. If you really want that jersey, whatever brand you want to rep, again, I got Intel, Pringles, whoever you want. Black or White will hook you up with a jersey, or you can take the coins and head home.
I'm gonna take the deal.
You're gonna take the deal. All right, we got it. 4,800 Apex coins, and I'm gonna ask production, just for curiosity's sake, if we could open number 13. I just wanna know what was inside from the start of the game. It was a Series E jersey of your choice. So it was a win-win there. Either you get the coins or you're getting the jersey. Awesome, awesome. Hey, thanks so much for joining me here today, sir. Best of luck in your games tonight. Looking forward to watching you guys play. It's been a blast to watch you guys compete. Obviously, back during your Charlotte Phoenix days, now under PK. You guys were a blast to watch at the 10K, and looking forward, high expectations here tonight, so best of luck.
I appreciate you. Thank you for having me.
Hey, always a pleasure. Make sure to keep an eye there on the PK boys here tonight. They're going to be competing. It's going to be a blast. Super excited about that. Now, we're just about ready to go, folks. We got a docket of 6 games here tonight. Again, it's our partnered squads versus some of the best pros in North America. We got your TSMs, your CLGs, your C9, Team Liquid, the PK boys, and more competing against our partnered squads. It's Pringles Week, the final night of Pringles Week, and it all starts right now.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to Series E. I got Dia on deck to help me cast tonight's games for the Pro Night, and it is going to be Pringles Week. But last night it was Team Intel that soared above all else, had a total of 113 points with 3 wins overall across 6 games. But can they reproduce that tonight when we have 11 of the best North American teams joining our 9 partnered squads? Let's go ahead and take a look at the format. Nothing's really changing. It's going to be the same thing. We got 6 matches on deck for you. It's all going to be across World's Edge. We've got $350 for first place, with $150 going to second place. And the point distribution, well, it's always going to be the same as well. 12 points for first place, all the way down to 15th, netting you 1 point. And every single kill point along the way will matter. And I mean, we got to see Team Intel doing some incredible stuff last night, but can they do it with a lobby that is this absolutely stacked, Dia?
You know what? It's a tough ask, but if anybody can do it, I think Intel was definitely, like you say, on the rise last time. They were pushing through into those top 3, and after such a great night at the Open just yesterday, I think that they're set up for success. But the problem for me is that they're also going up against another squad that's set up for success. G2 has been killing it recently, and they're going to be showing up really big here after a performance at DreamHack yesterday. It was unlike anything we've ever seen before. I don't see them slowing down.
3 big wins for G2 in a row, and definitely not looking like they're being slowed down whatsoever. We'll see, though. As we do have some rosters that are really starting to round itself out now. We got Cloud9, of course. They've been playing with Albert lately. We'll see how that fares out for them. Team Liquid today will be playing with Fun, and so he'll be filling in as their third. And I want to see how that roster performs throughout all of this. But again, we just have so much talent competing today, even with the likes, with TSM on board, with the Knights, with Team Renegades. But it's all about how is anyone going to slow down G2. We got to see yesterday, Team Intel was able to run the strength of being one of the southern teams. And even though we had a lot of very center of the map around train yard endings, and Team Intel did fare very well throughout all of that, maybe someone can put a stop to G2 in that regard. So let's go ahead and continue to talk about some of the teams that we have competing tonight. Who else are you keeping an eye out on for?
For sure. I think it's only right that I bring up Team Pringles, because not only is it Pringle weeks, Pringles week, but I know that Yeso was really hyped on them coming into this week. I know that they've had a lot of practice time together recently, and they've started to pick up in the standings as well, even taking a win, I believe, yesterday. Although Intel, of course, as we were saying, did manage to get a lot of those, but the consistency and high placement for Pringles could be a really big factor. If Intel's always shooting for high numbers games, I could see that other partnered squad sort of sneaking in there. And I was hoping that it would be last week, but this week, most of all, I really am hoping for that Rise the partner squads. Of course, we got to keep our eyes on Team Rice Krispies Treats as well, especially because they'll be playing with a sub this week. And they've already been underperforming a little bit, but I'm hoping that with the sub, even so, they're able to at least hit that middle of the pack, because it's a squad that was expected to be strong, but still hasn't hit their stride.
Yeah, when we talk about Team Pringles, they were the number one squad coming out from season 2. They had over 1,200 points, and we have to remember that's over the course of 12 weeks of play, cumulative points, and that means they were averaging 100 points per week. And when you put it kind of into those kinds of standards, Team Intel in one night of play last night, they had 113 points, so that's well over the weekly average that you needed to be on top. And so this is all going to be bonus points for them, as the cumulative leaderboard is very important going on. We're only 3 weeks into the season. We still have, after today's games, another 9 weeks of play. But with this kind of momentum, Team Intel are definitely looking good. They've got themselves a nice little buffer there to continue to try and perform if they can this way throughout the end of the season. I could see them dropping maybe 1,400, 1,500 points by the end of the season. We'll see if that's the case, though. But we're just waiting for game number 1 right now. I think the big question here is going to be, of course, game number 1. That's going to set the pace of the night, as a lot of teams are still figuring out where they want to drop, especially when you look at the game state, when you look at the lobby state of all the teams that are joining us today. And so usually, you're not going to have the same kind of drops that you would normally do. I don't know if anyone's going to contest Team Intel over at Sorting Factory. And so that's something that we have to keep an eye on. These 50-50s in the early game play a major role in tournament settings.
And I got my fingers crossed for Team Applejacks as well, speaking of contests off drop, because I noticed that yesterday they were dropping in West Fragment, and you try that today, you're going to find Cloud9 there waiting for you. That could be a really big recipe for disaster for one of the partner squads to be hot, dropping alongside a pro team. The other thing that I'm looking to set the pace in this first game is the TSM train that we saw pick up speed last week in the pro nights, but TSM as a whole hasn't had the dominant performance that they had last season either, and I'm expecting that at least today they've come in with maybe a little bit more warm-up, because they looked so good to cap off the games last time, but it wasn't quite enough to put them in that top spot. If you start just a little bit early, if you get warmed up just a little bit faster, they start taking lobbies by storm.
Yeah, I think one thing to note, like you said, dropping over at Frag West, Cloud9, that's their usual stomping ground. So I don't expect Applejacks to be dropping there, which is why, again, we're going to have that weird kind of what's going to happen in game number 1. Where's Applejacks going to go? Do they know? Do they have an established spot for themselves? And here's the cumulative leaderboard. After arguably really 2.5 weeks of play, Team Intel are on that average. Almost what is that, 57, 60 points per night when it comes to regular battle royale night. So Team Intel looking great so far. Right behind them is going to be Team Razor. Now you can see we do have that big rectangle, the red one, around the top 4 squads, and that's because that's the safe zone you want to be at by the end of the season. It's still early on. We don't have a huge discrepancy in points. That can't be, that is definitely surmountable at this point with 9 more weeks to go. But that's where you want to be at the end of the season. That's where you're safe. You'll be moving on to season 4 without having to play in our qualifications. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that all season long. And as soon as we can, we will get into game number 1. Like I said, it's going to be very interesting to see. There's a lot on the line. Again, you want to maintain really good presence throughout this entire season. This is one of the best spots really to get tournament setting kind of experience here, because you can have your scrims and sure, you go from game to game. But one of the things about playing the tournament settings is at some point you feel the time crunch, and that does affect your performance and how you have to play. And so we need to see the adjustments coming out from our squads once we head into the later innings, once we get into games number 5, game number 6, about hey, maybe this is a game where we need to drop a 30 bomb. And so that's when you need to see some sort of aggression be turned on by some squads. And we'll see if that's going to be the case today. We're still waiting on game number 1. And as soon as we do, we'll get right into that.
We absolutely will. You talked about dropping high amounts of kills, and that's definitely what a lot of squads need to do today. You talked about the discrepancy between that 4th and 5th place spot, how close Team Rockstar is to making it into that safe zone. And I think it's really interesting, Jamerson, that the discrepancy between Pop-Tarts and Rockstar is actually smaller than the discrepancy between Intel and Razer. That's how dominant of a performance there has been from Team Intel so far, and that's the thing that gives me real faith in the snowball right now. But if we're talking about high KP games, I'm expecting Cheez-It actually to have an edge. They dropped one of the highest kill bombs in our series just yesterday. With 20 kills in a singular game, you're wiping out a third of the lobby, and that'll close the gap very, very quickly.
Yeah, few teams have been able to do that. This was on an open night, which is typically where it would happen. In the pro night, we don't get to see that as often. The few teams that I have seen do it, Cloud9, we're looking at Sentinels as well. And those are teams that you're kind of used to, along with G2. Actually, those are the 3 teams that, to the best of my knowledge, have been able to hit the 20 bomb in a game, especially here on Pro Night. And so we do have 2 out of those 3 squads. And I mean, G2, I think more often than not, are the ones that can regularly do that. They are the ones that are high fragging when they can. It's a squad that are known for their high highs, but also their low lows. We'll see if they continue the momentum as we head into World's Edge. Here we go for game number 1.
We have finally made it, Jamerson. Let's see if those hot drops do end up coming in, because I'm definitely curious as to the fate of the partnered squads. We talked about the potential for them to start running into pro teams here, and I think that's part of the challenge of being a partnered squad and sort of hopping between the open and the pro nights, is that whenever you go into a game with the pro teams, their drop spots are already established. They do this every time. They are used to contesting for it and getting dominance. But partnered squads, it feels like they always have to swap things up, because on open nights you're being contested, and if you're trying to take a spot from a closed night, you're probably going to get killed in the early game. So you have a lot of adaptability that you're forced into really early on. And for right now, at least Team Pringles seems safe, since nobody's really dropping Epicenter. But how long will that stay true?
Yeah, we're on board with Renegades here. Pao is just going for across to see if he can keep an eye on the teams that might be trying to push in from that southern side of Thermal Station. In this area as well, I believe Team Intel, along with might be Charlotte Phoenix, are dropping down over at Sorting Factory. And so Intel are not changing things up. They might be getting into 50-50s. We'll find out very shortly. It did look like there was a split between them, with Team Intel taking a lot of the outer portions, while Team Charlotte Phoenix were taking the banana building. Dupe is a bit separated from his squad right now, but he can rejoin real quickly. You can see how cautiously you have to be playing this when you know that you are getting contested off drop. So Intel have the northern side of Sorting Factory, and it looks like it's just going to be kind of a gentleman's agreement to not fight quite yet, but we'll see if things crack out. No, never mind. Team Intel are all there by themselves. Charlotte Phoenix ended up going all the way down to launch site. Looked like they were dropping maybe on top of each other. It was the Pittsburgh Knights that were there in Sorting Factory, making a quick move now all the way over towards Lava Fissure. We do have the first sights of the ring. It's going over towards the Fragment West side. So there's a number of rings that can end up being over here. As you can see, Cloud9 are there. Applejacks have not. They have moved over as well. And so 2 of, I would say, really strong macro squads in Cloud9 and TSM being over at Fragment should be ready in a good spot, particularly Cloud9.
And they're sitting center as well, which is a real strength of pro teams here, is being able to hold down a building really well and even being able to rotate out of there at a moment's notice. It's interesting, actually, to see even Team Rockstar what is the word that I'm looking for? Sort of embracing, I think, the inherent need for rotations here. They've picked up a Wraith and an Octane, and something that we've actually seen more and more of recently. Teams, knowing that Bloodhound is going to be taken down in power level, and already has been to an extent, have started dropping him, and I don't actually feel like it's been that bad for them. Yes, it's odd not to have the Bloodhound scan on cooldown, but it feels like the pro teams have actually done a really good job of adapting to an ever-changing meta.
Pop-Tarts making their way into market, and it's going to be TSM to get the first knock there. Got to be careful as TSM Fast Res has already come out and Snipedown is trying to push it. Bubble has been used by Reps as they continue to try and charge forward. They've got one separated. It's going to be Z Davis going down once again. There's only one member left of Team Pop-Tarts. Clean team wipe coming out from TSM. And you have to imagine that Cloud9 were posturing, waiting to see a TSM name on the wrong side of the kill feed to go in. That's just going to be an Arcstar love tap real quick to see if they can get any kind of damage. But it's just a poking and prodding one so far. As you can see, a lot of teams are now starting to focus on getting into the circle as the zone is closing.
It should be Team Pringles coming over from Epicenter, but reading the kill feed. They should also herald the destruction of their other partner squad. Play a little bit safer, especially into TSM, who they now know the location of. Well, Applejacks, they're in a fight of their own around Trainyard. Another central spot just in yesterday's games here. The control around Trainyard and the ability for so many teams to stack on top of each other looked really good, but for Blueberry, it seems like it's a little bit too much.
Bubble has been used for him as well, and they're going to get punished now. Left in a 1v3. Kupski's got the EVA 8 out, R99, but he's hitting for the purple armor. That is not what you want to see. Era will wipe them off the map, and we're already down to 18 squads here. Rotations still abound. We can still see plenty of Southern teams rotating up. Haven't seen G2 quite yet. They're a little bit slower on the rotations coming from Thermal Station, but you can see the outlines now coming from the south inside that train tunnel. Another squad will show up, but Era should be ready for it.
Interesting to see Arrow running with a different squad than they did last week as well. Oxy, Ares, and Folsey taking the place around Tect Candy, who is one of the center points of the squad. I'm still expecting to see them sort of running same old, and it's interesting to see even pro squads willing to experiment here when they are, of course, trying to wipe as much as they can. TSM, though, instead of going on an adventurous journey through the rest of Fragment, have chosen to hold down the building, knowing that they have a second circle here, and also, notably, a team that's still running that Bloodhound, so has the ability to gather that extra bit of information.
Yeah, it looks like we do have two teams almost stacked on top of each other in the buildings just to their west right now. Poking and prodding is Reps. He's 600 damage off from that red Evo shield. Snipedown himself has a purple for himself, and so he'll be working on that for now. Imperial Hell, though, is playing over at Market, so they're doing a good job of controlling a lot of space on this part of the map, but they do have to be careful. Like you said, Team Pringles coming in from the Epicenter side. They'll be keeping the Eagle's eye out on them from that high ground position. The TSM are just going to be playing the neutral for now. So let's go ahead and swap around and see where our other squads are.
Especially G2, that's the question on my mind, is where are these guys? Because we haven't seen them get into any early fights just yet, which sounds like it would be pretty normal for a pro squad, but for G2, it's actually pretty rare. They really like getting into these early skirmishes, getting the KP to bump up their score, and right now, it just seems like they haven't found anybody here playing edge, looking for the kills. There aren't even any tracks on the ground for them to pick up because they're one of those squads that has opted out of running the Bloodhound, instead going with these high mobility characters, coupled with the Gibraltar to give them those safe rotations. They've got to rely on their eyesight alone, and they're coming into Lava Fisher when I think Rockstar should have already left.
Yeah. This is kind of the typical MO for G2 on their rotation path, especially when it goes center like that. They can try to run for center zone. What they like to do is patrol around the western edge of the map, and they might rotate hard north, go up towards Skyhook, look for a little more loot there. They're one of the hardest team fighting squads as a full three-man, and so when they can find those fights, they want to make sure that they are, of course, going to have the equipment advantage. So far, on board with Renegades, who we saw at Tree earlier on, they didn't make it too far. They're over here at the tunnels now, not making their way into Fragment quite yet, as they can bide their time over here. Here's Team Liquid, though. As they're making their way through the Skyhook tunnel, they are meeting some opposition, but they're leapfrogging their way on up as the Beast of the Hunt is going to get popped by Flanker, and he wants to get on top of these players. He does have that extra movement speed from that, but it looks like the team might have just completely backed off, hearing the roar of that Bloodhound ultimate. They're just going to wait out the timing on it.
And while Renegades may not have heard it, they may be finding themselves with another squad on their heels very quickly as they run from Liquid, who, interestingly enough, were also another one of the pro teams that was picking up momentum towards the end of last week. You can see Renegades making a nice rotation here, trying to get themselves in a little bit better of a position as the next ring has just shown itself to them. And this is something that is also really important among our top squads, is being proactive on your ring rotations. We've seen G2 do it a lot, making sure that they get themselves the best position really early on to be raining down fire onto other squads, as it often is the high ground. But it's something that we've seen mirrored in Intel as well. And when speaking to the players, it was something that they were definitely prioritizing more so than KP, more so than anything else, was putting themselves in a position that sets them up to win fights before they even happen.
Here's Nestle looking a little hesitant. Tried to get a team fire onto a squad that was rotating from that Skyhook tunnel south at this point, but they might just have to book it here. We do have an engagement going on, as it looks like Albert Laley and Cloud9 are getting defensive bombarded right there up top. They're just gonna go ahead and wait this one out. It was CLG actually trying to make their way on into the building, so they've at least pushed them back for now, but in just a moment we might see a full commit out from either side. It looks like Era are about to take out Charlotte Phoenix as well. Only one player left for them in that fight, as Vaxlon drops into that caustic gas, and now there's team fire coming out across the ways. He's got to be careful, but he does safely make it in, and so no longer playing the roof. They're going to play the first floor of this building, giving Cloud9 back control, and they are running the two big boys along with that Valkyrie, so very macro-oriented with the late-game fighting potential of that squad.
A huge amount of control there with the Gibraltar and the Caustic. You would have noticed as well that there was some great use made of the Valkyrie staying up top while the defensive bombardment was coming down. That actually keeps you from being hit. So definitely knowing the interactions there and being able to min-max your cooldowns whilst staying alive, of course, means that while Cloud9 do maintain the high ground, CLG at least get themselves a position in the ring, and that's the most important thing right now, especially when you can start stacking up in these sort of birthday cake formations. It gives you safety provided by not just your positioning, but the fact that nobody wants to push into two pro squads.
Looks like Team Liquid have gotten themselves into a fight with Rockstar, as might be a third-party attempt actually coming out. We see a lot of outlines there, and it's just Knock getting some decent poke off from range with the Anvil. The Anvil receiver will be removed in Season 10, so you might as well have some fun with it now while you can. But they're just poking and prodding, waiting for some frags to be traded. Nothing coming of it quite yet, but there it is. Crummy going down. That's going to be two of Rockstar falling there, with Malice Mamba and Gibby picking up two. And so Rockstar are going to be left down to just a solo, as Nestle will go ahead and take that port back up top. But it might be just a matter of time before Liquid try to push onto them. They know that the port's gone, so they'll have one piece of mobility gone out from their utility there, but looks like Liquid can just bide their time. The zone will finish closing in 20 seconds, and then Nestle will be forced to move out of this position.
Playing this really well, though, our Nestle Splash, and keeping Liquid at bay just with the high ground alone. Great use of the portal to be able to get loot and get out really safely. Means that they hold on for a little while longer. With 18 squads remaining, you still can't be knocked out just yet. You won't be getting any points, so you got to try and survive for as long as possible. Cheez It trying to do just that, despite the fact that they have no real estate to work with. Might be trying to claim the top of the train station. For right now, this rock is the only solace that they have inside of the ring, as the third one is counting down. We've still got a while to go, but that means that there's more time for Cheez It to become sandwiched.
Yeah, they have a team to their north right now and a team to their south playing off of the train station inside Fragment East, but that is not safe within the zone. So with a minute and 45 seconds left to go, they have plenty of time to try and figure out how they get out of here, along with that jump pad. On board in this Knights versus Team Intel fight, as you can see, Verhulst is holding that stairwell, the elevator well with Duke. Skittle Kicks has already gone down and has been thirsted. Beast the Hunt is getting popped, as they're going to try and pick up that banner at the very least. They can try and run out of here, but oh my goodness, Duke took so much damage. Gildersons with that EVA 8 will be able to take him out now. Knights with the 3v1 will push up. Gildersons does not want to go down, welcoming in the third party, so he's going to take the time to hit that Phoenix kit. Asura even backing off for the slow heals himself. They do not need to force the issue. They pick up the 2 KP and they maintain control over this building, and that'll be a great stepping point as they want to move up towards that bridge just to their northwest.
With just one member of Intel remaining, the hopes of them winning this game have severely lessened. Well, TSM's only increase as they knock out that squad, moving us to 17 and taking out Intel, one of the favorites for today, quite early on.
This is why TSM favored putting a lot of pressure across Fragment West right now, maintaining presence across multiple buildings, but they have given up that northeast building in Frag West, moving over to the broken building there. As you can see now, as Nestle are the ones that have been able to find a lot of success here on the edges. The knock has been taken by them as they continue to push forward. They've got the man advantage as Turns gets the knock onto Suzu. They need to finish this one off quickly as they might be prey to Team Liquid. No, Team Liquid not actually in the area to try and punish this one. So Nestle picking up some more kill points here on the edge. And you can see there you don't have to move that far as well. That one choke point just to their east right now. They can establish that position. Would be incredibly strong for them. They have 2 people on the ground to try and do that, as that might be Team Liquid still maintaining position over there, but they've given up that other choke, and so Nestle will be able to rejoin themselves over there.
Yeah, it was interesting. Team Liquid pop back. They're like, hey, I think we missed some action, and unfortunately arrive much too late to clean anything up. Nestle Splash getting a significant amount of kills right now. It may seem small, but getting those assured points is really good for them, and Liquid want to stop that journey right now. The defensive bombardment will buy space and time for Nestle Splash to get themselves in another great position, though. Though it may seem small, having this high ground, having control of this choke for right now is the best that they can do until they move into that western fragment. Waiting for Just Gibby to heal up while Turns covers them. Might soon turn into a fight that I think Nestle Splash is ready to take.
Yeah, and we see there ring number 5 is actually going to be pulling away from that TSM position. So Cloud9 and CLG definitely happy with where they're at. Splash, though, they've got their backs to the ring, but they have plenty of time to work off this flank of the first one to go down. The G7 scout shots coming out from Jibby will take him out. Bubble has been used, but the res has not been popped yet as he needs to hit that bat. They go ahead and push up with a 3v2 advantage, securing the thirst and the knock actually onto Fun as Gibby backs off himself, poking and prodding, taking the fight slowly here, not really forcing the issue. They got to get on top of them before any reses happen. Now here's Team Pringles making a push on the G2, and G2 are knocked out as Pringles take that one up, but here comes the third party now as Cheez-It get involved. They're going to be able to take out 2 from Pringles, and they're the ones that now maintain control over this building. Here comes the fourth party, though. Thermite out onto the stairwell there as the nades are going to come out from Maul as you can try to pop that res as the Thermite goes, but you need to spend the time reloading as well. But here comes the full 3-man push from the squad. It's going to be TSM. Full dominance over here at Fragment West.
We just go from hero to hero to hero there. First, it's G2 getting knocked out. Cheez-It finally come out on top. Then TSM take it of all. It's almost every single squad that we mentioned at the beginning of the day that get knocked out there, with the exception of TSM, that are now in a commanding place in this lobby. With 12 squads left, with Knights down Asura, one of their most important members. TSM are making another aggressive push here, looking for even more KP, as Hal already has 4 kills. It's already the kill leader, and it just gets worse. The nightmare increases for every squad in this lobby.
What a time for reps to find that knock onto the Knights. They had no choice but to try to go for that res, and you saw TSM's quick decision making there to go for the push with a 3v2. Imperial Hal almost went down, but they are safe throughout all of that, as it looks like Team Liquid are trying to make their way inside Fragment West, but Albralele will be able to finish off the knock at the very least. So we still have Cloud9 involved in this, CLG along with TSM. TSM with full control over the market building now, joining on board with Xset, who are inside a building that should be safe in the next ring, as they will have to play the stairwell at the very least, just to their right. But right now you can see Albralele is looking for an entry into this, as remember, currently Cloud9 are running the double big boys. They've got a lot of utility. They've got the caustic to play off of, as Hal finds another kill, finishing off Pringles. We're now down to our top 9 squads.
It's absolutely ridiculous, and as much as it gets scarier and the competition just gets more intense, Team Rockstar with the single rat here, keeping us just off of 8 squads for right now. We'll see if that gets swiped away soon enough, but CLG, C9, and Xset are all big competition as well. TSM cannot rest on their laurels just yet. I was actually thinking about Xset a little bit earlier today because I haven't seen them come out with the huge tournament performances recently, but I can't take away from the fact that this is an incredibly mechanically talented squad, and I know for a fact that each and every single one of them was playing Apex for at least 2 or 3 hours before this, so they're well and truly warmed up right alongside TSM, who have already started today with a bang. Let's see how much crazier it can get.
Cloud9 will be creeping their way on up. They do have the safety of this building to play off of, along with all the doors and all the traps set down from Naughty. He should have 3 more in the back pocket to utilize as well. And it's just about trying to buy time above them. That's going to be Xset there. And so eventually they might have to try and fight them for that building to make it a little bit easier. CLG not too far away as well. So a lot of players stacked on top of each other right now. We have a defense bombardment going down from a squad trying to clear out a building. It looks like as Xset are starting to go for a port play now, making their way across. So they're trying to avoid a lot of this as RNG and Era are fighting it out. We saw the Crypto ultimate going down as well, and Klein has fallen as he was able to get the knock on the Bowser. Here comes Nestle now, trying to get involved in this fight, but oh my god, Gibby gets melted along the way before he can even get across the street there. You gotta look both ways, man. But Turns and Malice Mamba are still up. Will they be able to recover Gibby? It looks like he's gonna get finished off. Backbomb picking that one up. Turns goes right into some damage. I don't even know what that was, if it was a nade, and it's all left to Malice Mamba to keep his team alive in here. TSM remaining active throughout all of this. You can see Snipe Down trying to find some additional kill points here. He's got himself that red evil before he backs away now. Bubble out from Reps just to keep him safe as hell. Gets a knock onto Volzy, and oh my god, it doesn't look like anyone can stop TSM at this point. Team Era though, can they recover? Volzy getting thirsted off by Snipe Down, but here is the rest of the backup from TSM.
Era still have the opportunity to res up there, but TSM are playing impeccably together. That dome really signaling it to me as Reps keeps Snipe Down so ridiculously safe, lets him play aggressive like we know Snipe Down can, and Hal obviously backing him up right there is absolutely massive right now. 10 kills for this squad at the very least, and they are looking for more as they've got all the cover in the world to work with right now. They're peeking out onto a squad that definitely does not. Cloud9 though are looking to make that aggressive push and end the dreams of TSM for that game one. Let's see if they can do it. They're going forward and they drop the bubble first.
Albralele got the first knock with that Kraber onto Snipe Down, bringing this down to a 3v2. Albralele has fallen here, but Naughty's answered back. It's a 1v2 now, and TSM are taken out by Cloud9. We've hit our top 4. We still have 1 rat left in the lobby here. So you can see another full squad trying to push up onto Cloud9 and take advantage, but Era's not going to allow them to do it safely. It's CLG losing out on Madness, knocked backing off to try and full heal up, and Madness gets finished off, not going straight into all of those barrels as well, taking so much damage as Era is looking to take advantage of this entire situation here. And you can see CLG are trying to finish them off, pushing up, but looks like they have rejoined. CLG's Vaxlon has fallen, and now we've got 2 rats left in the lobby. It's going to be a 3v3 as Cloud9 have recovered. They've got the armor swapped. Here's Tech with the Eva 8, but he is dropped down low. Volzy is the only full one here. Oxy swapping off onto a white armor somehow in the late game. And Nestle Splash, what?
From whence did they come? It looked like a C9 win for so ridiculously long there. I was watching CLG just feed into them as Era was presenting kills to Cloud9 over and over and going, surely Cloud9 win this. Out of nowhere, Nestle Splash come up, and I wasn't right in the way that I thought, but it is the week of the partners as they take the very first win of the day.
And definitely a splash performance coming out from them. I mean, he was the rats. There were 2 rats left in the final 4 squads there. He was one of them, and he secured the dub. And we got to see throughout the early game and the mid game, Nestle picked up a good amount of kill points along the way as well. So this is going to be a big win to them, slowing down a lot of the squads that were really heating up there in game number 1. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 right after this.
I've been playing Apex Legends since day 1, and what originally got me into it, there wasn't really any game that had movement similar to Apex. There wasn't any game that I could climb up a wall or jump off a wall onto another wall, grapple 100 meters in the air, around, come back. I think just the movement in Apex drew me into it from other games such as Call of Duty, Fortnite. So really it's the movement.
Nice to see so many early fights because you can see how hungry they are for placement and kills.
Here we go. Finding out the lone Gibraltar, they will be able to get the knock onto Zim. There's one player.
So me personally, I like to think of myself as a fragger, but for the team, I'm definitely the support player. And pretty much, I just kind of feed off of whatever energy Phony or Fury have. And if I see them making an aggressive play, usually I'm on Gibraltar. So just having that second line of defense, backing up your teammates, really lets your teammates have confidence in any of the fights that you're about to be taking.
Not able to clear the drone. It looks so close, those shots, but good team fire as they turn around onto Exit.
My favorite champion is probably Bloodhound, just because of how quick he is in his ultimate. And then my favorite guns would have to be the Flatline and Charge Rifle.
Smack dab in the middle of the zone. What?
I can't
is
tell you.
going on?
I can't tell you that one is a change in play style. That one is just questionable straight up.
Getting to play with Phony and Fury every week, it's really fun. We don't really play with each other that much outside of Esports Arena. So just knowing that no matter how long away from each other that we are, we can always just come back at any time, and it's just like nothing's ever changed. It's like we've been friends forever, and they're just really good guys, and yeah, I wouldn't trade them for anything. If you're ever hungry while gaming or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esportsarena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
One shot, now the future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars in the place. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the code. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game done. Game one. All done and set here. Welcome back. My name is Jaso, obviously your host here for today, and a rat making a bit of a splash there at the end as we see Team Splash coming out with a win. What a crazy turn of events there as we saw Era battling it out and they couldn't grab the win. The rat comes in. Let's check out our player of the game for our first game of the day here, and it is Malice Mamba the rat himself. 3 kills, 4 assists, 1,350 damage, and what a clutch win. I mean, shades of Lonely Fans from our 10K just about a month and a half ago when we saw Double O Negative doing the same thing in the late game, sliding in for a third party as a rat and grabbing a victory. Malice Mamba able to do it right there, pulls out the clutch dub, and a huge start here for Team Splash. They've had kind of an up and down start to the season. They're sitting around the middle of the pack and really looking to try and break into that top 4, because you remember at the end of the season, it's important to get into the top 4 to ensure that you don't get relegated. If you get into the top 4, you don't have to requalify for the next season. Still plenty of Apex Legends to play, but this is Team Splash trying to start to make their mark on season 3 of Series E. So big win there. Malice Mamba clutching it out. Great work there. Just want to remind you guys, we are doing a Pringles giveaway. It's Pringles week. We've got a Razer keyboard in there as well. So if you want to get in on the giveaway, use exclamation point giveaway in Twitch chat. Right now, it'll give you all the information that you need. Game 1 is all set. 5 more to go. Dia and Jamerson will get you ready for Game 2 when we come back.
Hey, what's up? I'm Fury, and the only thing crispier than my shots are the original Pringles.
Now, will they win? That's a different story, because it's Fury left alive. He's the one that's got to clutch this out. But the bodies are being played so perfectly that it's so hard to find that ultimately.
If you ever need a refuel while gaming and need a quick snack, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to buy your Pringles. My name is Fury. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. In game number 1, we saw Malice Mamba upsetting the lobby there, ratting it out for the win for Nestle Splash. What a way to do it. I mean, we thought it was going to be either Arab or C9, but that's why you never count out the rat. You saw the hard commit coming out from Era to try and take a Cloud9, and you saw both rats getting involved in there in the end. So I don't know exactly where everyone stands in terms of points, so we have to take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they are. We know that TSM had a pretty big game themselves, but they did ultimately go down around 3rd or 4th place, 4th place or maybe 5th. But overall, they had 18 points. So we have a pretty crowded top 4 right now. Team Splash in 1st place with that win, and they did have 9 points behind it, or 9 kill points behind it as well. Right behind them, though, is Team Era, 2 points, and TSM off by 1, and then Cloud9 bringing up the rear in 4th place with 15. So 5 games left to go, and no one with a clear lead here, Dia.
I am amazed at the way that game went. Obviously, everybody is. You can see the kill points really propping up the likes of TSM, Era, and Cloud9, as well as the placements doing a huge thing for Team Splash. And it clearly weren't slacking on the kills either. Remember seeing them all the way over by Train Yard here. You can see now how that stacks up into our overall totals, of course. And these teams are going to be looking to push themselves as fast as possible. But Team Splash, we weren't even looking at coming in today, and they have already made their presence very, very felt. They're the only partnered team to be all the way up there on today's leaderboards.
Yeah, very important for Team Splash to be able to take that win and try to carry it in throughout the last 5 games. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 1. And it's this final team fight, right? Arab push in to try and come in for the 3rd party up against this squad. It was CLG's Vax that goes straight into the maw of Cloud9, and throughout all this fight, you can see there's 8 players left. That means 2 rats remaining, and so they push up for this 3v3. And ultimately, Malice Mamba is just waiting. He sees that first knock onto Noct, and there they go. They trade away, and Malice Mamba comes in for the cleanup. Ultimately, got the backstab there to finish it off.
I literally just, I was watching that, and I don't understand where he comes from. Clearly pushing all the way from the back, but you see the Bloodhound scan, and it feels like everything is safe, but nobody was watching their backs. As you say, that stab really did feel like a A2 Brute, and ultimately Malice Mamba, holy moly, that is a huge performance to start off the day. And it feels like we've been seeing more and more of these really clutch performances out of Rats recently. I mean, throwing it all the way back to Blast Titans, we saw some of that from Vork Gang, and now having it even show up in Series E. These guys are playing at the very top of their game to be able to do this.
Yeah, we don't get to see it often when that solo player comes in for the win at the end, and so it's always a treat here Again, Cloud9 were in such a strong spot to try and take it, but every team ended up barreling into them, taking advantage of this understanding that they had to take out Cloud9 or there was almost no chance of winning this here. But again, we have to, of course, state how strong the other performances were. TSM, even though getting taken out earlier here, before even hitting the top 4, they had a monstrous game. What was it? Hal was sitting on like 5-6 kills himself, and so they were remaining active despite being in the center of the zone, despite being in the center of Fragment throughout all of this. It's very rare that a team is able to stay active in this kind of setting, in this kind of circle.
Yeah, and even at the end of the game there, you mentioned Hal picking up so many kills. He was still the kill leader at the end of that game. And it was a really cool game to see, actually, because the TSM that I was talking about earlier that ran the last game of the Pro Night just last week isn't even the same TSM as we're seeing today. That was one of the most aggressive games that I've seen from them, and I can't remember how long, and it can't be just us. I can't imagine that the fans are upset at that either, because you were seeing a return to form here for TSM, and unfortunately, Splash, they're being pushed early on. We'll see if they can keep up their form that they started off the day with right now, with Malice Mamba potentially going down.
Oh, he gets dropped on. Baby Thule from Team Razor will be there as he does get that thirst. So right now, Team Razor, they have the 3v2. They've got Tech actually filling in for them. Just realized that. And so going from a great ending now to not the greatest of starts, losing out on one of your players early on. And Razor still have plenty of time to try and loot up throughout all of staging at this point, or excuse me, countdown. At this point, as it looks like Nestle are trying to make it out of Dodge, but they're making their way over to Train, where I believe Rice Krispies will be laying in wait for them.
It's going to be a tough rotation to try and get the heck out of Dodge. I think Team Razor, though, playing this, interestingly enough, very strategically there. I think the best way of keeping any partnered team from catching up with you is to notice that they're on a hot streak and instantly shut them down. So they get that done. It's interesting to me, though, and I wonder if you could enlighten me a little bit, because I always want to see a Rampart. I'm really excited about the Rampart, but I'm curious why we might be seeing it this game.
I think Tech has been tweeting out about it, and he just wants to try it out here for Team Razor, and I think they're all in agreement to just try it out here. Here's Team Rockstar making their way into Train Yard now, as a lot of teams are starting to converge here. There's Turns, he's spotted out, and the finisher coming out from Crummy to get that shield back up. So they're going to maintain a very strong economy throughout all this. We'll see if they can find more kills, though, and they know that Razor are in the area, and they've got a lot of cursory loot to pick up here, and they don't really feel the need to push into Train Yard quite yet.
Already a very bloody game right now, with the pace having increased drastically. 19 squads already, one eliminated, and we've seen some be thirsted out already. So teams operating at less than full strength. Rockstar, hoping to continue operating at full strength for as long as possible, are going to ditch the high traffic Train Yard that we've already seen and try and go for a rotation that's more northerly in this case, perhaps giving them access to a jump tower to reposition very quickly. They are not running that Valkyrie, though, so they'll have difficulty establishing where they can land, where Era, well, you can see why the Train Yard is high traffic, and Era are taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, now they do have to be careful. I think there's someone lurking right above them as well, as Oxy decides to push up, forcing that team completely out. You can see the Wraith queuing out as well, but now you can see why that Wraith can be so incredibly strong in these fights. When you need to disengage, you use that Q, you create some space. Now here's Tech. He's got the Sentinel and the R301 in hand, ready for the long-range engagement. Applejacks lose out on Blue Very Smalls, and this was very ballsy coming out from Era. They're sitting on double whites, but they still took this fight to great advantage, and they'll be able to pick up this kill point.
Easily enough as well. The white knockdown shield not providing a whole lot of cover, but Era finding themselves without cover as well, relying on not being pushed by another squad right now. There are plenty of other folks, especially G2, that might be roaming around the western side of the map and could push in on this fight. We've seen Liquid around here, so Era playing a very, very dangerous game. Despite having a good Sentinel, it won't make up for a bad position if you get caught.
See, Blueberry Small still bleeding out on that Crypto, currently about 25 HP left, just one wingman shot to finish it all off, and he is still just below them. Now And we'll see. Maybe Kupski can get that port up to try and get him back. And it looks like Era are deciding to back off too many teams in the area. And so they will actually be able to recover Blueberry Smalls. Bubble down. They'll have that fast res to get him back up.
It hurts, but it's a smart move to make to back off there from Era. They did their best. They had a really good knock there, but not being able to finish it off isn't the end of the world. It's important to secure those placement points for later, as it looks like, in the kill feed at least, Charlotte Phoenix are going to have a little bit more difficult of a time doing that, as they've already lost Greek.
Yeah, Renegades making the rotation into launch site, and Saucer about to give chase. He's got the Volt out, and he's within range to do full damage. Not able to quite hit the shots yet, but he still has them on the ropes as he chases them down right now. And he's got that Octane, of course, Q to catch up to him, hitting for the flesh, and they'll be able to pick up another kill point in just a moment. The cost of giving him a little bit of trouble, but Kodagami will ultimately fall. Will they continue to chase after this third? It looks like they will just back away now as they pick up the 2 KP.
Unfortunately for Charlotte Phoenix, Renegades taking full advantage right there. We're going to push them out of the game for at least a while, needing to take a very difficult reset in order to make that back up. But Pringles, very happy in the Sorting Factory. Or no, they're much more north. They are way more north than Sorting Factory. All the way up here in Refinery are having a very good time, completely unchallenged right now. They're playing that north edge a lot harder than last game because the circle is actually a lot closer to them this time around. It isn't necessarily centered as much around Fragment.
Ooh, the lurk coming out from Skittlecake, spots one out, forces the Wraith portal, and now you can see he is completely by himself. And where is the rest of Team Intel? Still making their way through that tunnel. Good movement out from him, and he buys enough time for Verholz to show up. But will they be able to take advantage? As you can see, the squad has fully reconvened inside that building, and Intel lose out on an opportunity for kill points there. A good effort from Skittlecakes, almost getting that knock with that Spitfire. Exit, though, here on the north side of the map right now as they're making their way into Epicenter. Defensive bombardment has been used from the other side along with that Gibraltar bubble. But now, Exit find themselves stuck inside this train. You can see the res is going across the other way. Rambo popping those ultimate XLs to try and get in on them. They've got to be careful going for the peak. Almost gets cracked, but he's got that Spitfire in hand. Kenny is setting up for that EMP and getting them that information as well, getting ready for this next push.
That's the danger of challenging a controller player as well. You can see Rambo just with the beam, making it absolutely clear that they are not to be challenged here. But it's still a difficult spot to hold down. Interestingly enough, Exet are trying to play this aggressively right now, and they do end up forcing a dome. It's going to be a reset coming in from the squad that they're shooting at, though, which means that it's difficult to push here. And with Rambo getting lasered down himself, Kenny's the one left to play defense with that wingman, has to back off and continue playing this very, very, like we said, difficult spot on the broken down train. Sitting in this car is not exactly your favorite place to be, but unless Clean can get you a portal out, it's the best you're going to do.
And here's another attempt. Kenny was looking to get inside of his drone, but he's going to go ahead and recall that. And I think you have to call it here. Spending way too much time in this valley. You're attracting a lot of attention, and every eye is set down below you. It's P2 now making their way into the train yard, or out of the train yard, into the tunnels here. Designful's taking a lot of damage. Full Z once again for Era. Huge pickup there, but they've traded back now as a result of picks up 2, and there's only one left. But here comes the third party from Rockstar to try and clean this one up. And G2 are just not finding the momentum that they usually like to play off of, not finding the isolated fights that they're usually able to do here on the southwest edge of the map. Rockstar have been patrolling around here, and they want to finish them off. The port coming out from G2 just to give them the runaround, but Rockstar should be able to finish them off. There you go. Gentrifying goes down, and Rockstar will pick up those kills.
And that is the biggest shining moment for Rockstar that we've seen today, let alone, actually, I was going to say, maybe even the past week, as they've certainly been struggling to get up there, but wiping out G2 will put smiles on their faces, as unfortunately, the storied squad here, arguably one of the most winningest squads to join us today, gets caught out in a little bit of hubris there, pushing up towards train yard, not respecting that third party. They get taken down. Well, Xset, well, they might be having a fun time, but at least they're alive, finding themselves in exactly the same position as they were earlier, still playing within this ring, and Klein, at the very least, is finding the damage.
this is such a troublesome position to find yourself in because they've committed so much on either side that even getting this +3 KP, that would be great, but then you have no utility, you have no economy on the back of it. Bat after bat has been used, ultimate excels as well. I think every nade that they've had in their backpacks have been used, but they have so committed here. It's kind of become the gambler's fallacy where you just have to, even though you're taking basically a losing trade at the end of the day now, still stuck on the low ground here, as you can see, Applejacks, which is why you have to be careful trying to make that push. 00 negative had that Kraber ready to try and get a knock.
That's the really scary thing about it, and perfectly encompassed by Applejacks, is they've not only got the Kraber, but the Crypto as well, and being able to put out a EMP into a shot from the Kraber, even a body shot at this point, will take somebody down if they're on blue shields, and that is certainly the danger that you're running, taking that fight consistently. TSM, though, they're certainly not paying respect to any danger that they could be in, taking fight after fight over here. They found Cloud9 punishing them for the push that they had earlier in that first game. This time, TSM will not have to be aware of them, but Xset, they've finally found the cleanup as well, cleaning up the rest of C9 and drawing all of the attention to themselves. Applejacks have now only one target sitting down in that valley.
Yeah, no, how much do they get off of those loot boxes at the end of the day? Was it enough for maintaining that position? Now, how do they also get out of there? Applejacks, though, don't decide to try and punish that. They have a lot of worries. You can see they have to check their flanks as well, and 00 negative is still sitting on that blue armor. One decent body shot, though, will get him the purple at the very least. A headshot for sure. Definitely will, but Applejacks once again slow playing this one as Rockstar now moving across the map have made their way into Fragment West. Kimchi is disconnected from his squad and is forced to bubble early on as he gets cracked. Here's Liquid hovering around in Epicenter. We have an idea of where this ring is going to be pulling, so it's going to be between Epicenter and Fragment East, but pulling up to the rocks. So that's going to be highly contentious, especially playing for these high ground positions.
Game 2 will go down in history as the game where everybody watched everybody else from the high ground, as it seems like we have just seen that on repeat this entire time, as that's what these epicenter zones do tend to become. As even holding these ridges right now can give you the best position, especially when you're looking down into Fragment, where there's a lot of ground that you need to cover, a lot of very open ground even, to be able to contest this, and the Longbow's doing a lot of work for Liquid right now. They've just got to stay safe, not be pushed from behind, as everybody's more or less established their places inside of the following circle, but are going to have to continue readjusting as time goes on. Even TSM taking a little bit of a chill pill right here, sitting right next to what looks like the last member of Charlotte Phoenix, maybe not aware that they're there yet. We'll see if that rat gets sniffed out.
Yeah, no real pressure on a TSM on the Eastern Front, really, and they could take their time, and it looks like they are trying to find a rat. And peekaboo, Imperial Hal by himself in the Octane 1v1 will finish off Steak, and oh, where did Pal come from? Lurking over at No Name. They're able to get the team fire onto him and finish him off. They will be able to recover this banner, though, as Snipedown has pushed up to pick that one up, and they should have a respawn over there. It's about trying to recover that loot, though. They do have Cloud9's death boxes up there for him to get back into this game, and now the pressure is, of course, going to be coming from Renegade to try and take advantage of this. As soon as they see that respawn ship come in, they should be pushing this.
I wonder if they'll end up going for it here, if they pay respect to the TSM name that they will have seen in the kill feed upon taking down Hal. Do they just take that KP and leave it, maybe making TSM another squad's problem? We'll see what the elected strategy is. Who ends up winning out in that battle as Liquid are engaged in one of their own around this epicenter, still struggling for that high ground, constantly trying to find angles on it is Nocturnal up here with the jump pad, keeping a good look on Flanker and Fun FPS, making sure that he and Phil are safe, which is the most important part for right now. With 11 squads remaining, the only demand on you is to live. You don't really have to get engaged into any fights until those last 4 or 5 squads.
You can see Xset still stuck here inside the valley now as they go for the EMP. Defensive bombardment along with the bubble has been used. Catching out the Gibraltar.
Nice.
Rice Krispies on the wrong side of this fight now as Plane does get cracked, but he finds another kill with Rambo. And Rice Krispies go down with almost no fight. Here's Pringles trying to poke away from the top of that valley, but you can see they're getting checked by another squad across the ways here on the high ground. And so that's the only thing saving Xset from another push. Looks like Hal was able to safely get back into this game, but he's down to that blue armor, swapping it off with Reps, who has been connecting with the shots, so he should be able to get the blue, or excuse me, purple for them. As Team Intel now over here at Frag East in a fight up against Renegades. They've traded, but I don't know how much is on the other side.
Please.
It's not enough for Verhulst there, left in the 1v2. He will fall. Renegades picking that one up. TSM with the scan, though, here on the northeast side. Full team below them, as Hal, he's got the R99 Mastiff combo to just dish out so much damage. Nade not doing much as Reps checks the other angle, forcing out a defensive bombardment, and they'll wait that one out. As TSM are biding their time, already have 3 kill points and want to find more.
Looks like we've got some more kills being found, though, by Liquid as they're taking out Team Rockstar. TSM looking for an aggressive play of their own. We'll see who they end up knocking. Xset finding kills onto Pop-Tarts as well. The game is very quickly becoming one of bloodshed as that ring is ever present, forcing these squads closer and closer together. I want to tune in as well once we get the chance back onto Xset, see if they're still holding down that same. The worst for them, very close to inside the ring, and they're protected by the fact that in order to get to that low ground, you have to push through almost every other squad that's looking down at that area. You can see it right now. Xset protected by the sort of circle of squads, all looking for kills around them, but will need to push up to that high ground sooner rather than later if they want to get themselves a spot in that final 5.
And we got Applejacks on a holding pattern right now above Team Liquid. The knock did come out with that Kraber, I believe, onto Nocturnal, but Liquid were able to recover at the very least. The scan comes out showing that this high ground has been taken. There's an opportunity to try and swing far north. We'll see if Liquid take that, or if Applejacks can keep them pinned down here. You can see Blueberry Smalls currently in that drone with the crypto, getting a decent eye around. And you can see now 00 negative swapping up that angle, see if Liquid push from this side. Very tense situation here as he backs off, gets tickled from behind, and he will be able to rejoin his squad safely. Blueberry Small still scouting out for his squad, but they are smack dab in the center of the zone, so they have to keep their wits about them. Full 360 view around them is where they're vulnerable from. Spots one out, he sees the Gibraltar, doesn't want to go straight into the arm shield there. But you can see 00 negative is being very patient with these shots. He still has 8 remaining. Wait, Kupski has one of his own as well? Double Kraber coming out from Applejacks here, putting complete fear into the lobby now.
And that's really scary. You can see Fury showing up in the kill feed at the same time. Well, he doesn't have a Kraber, he does have a Dream, and Pringles could very well be one of our partner squads to contest for that top spot today. Will he be able to find it? TSM are finding kills for right now, and they're the squad to be taken down. Applejacks are going on what looks like an aggressive push, taking that Wraith portal a little further forward, but leaving 11 negative all the way behind to try and find the shots with the Kraber. Eating a lot of damage right now, does get 1 body shot down. We'll keep everybody safe on this high ground, but with only 6 remaining, how much longer will this position be safe? Applejacks are going to be put in a tighter and tighter spot, especially as right now, we just learned they're going to be outside of the next ring.
EMP out, it looks like, from Blueberry Smalls as the team is trying to push up. That's going to be Team Liquid, who have been able to force back 00 negative. That's when Kupski was just a little bit disconnected from his squad, trying to find a kill over on the eastern side, and so that did leave a window of opportunity open for Liquid to push up now. And this is going to be difficult with 2 members of Applejacks currently rocking that Kraber. Leaves basically, you know, a kind of weapon disadvantage unless they hit some amazing shots with this. We'll see if Liquid can try and get on top of them, or if they try to play for the zone. It looks like they are going to avoid a lot of the fighting for now. Team Pringles running into a defensive bombardment, actually one of their own, getting big connects out now onto the teams below them, but they've got 20 seconds to work their way on in with a lot of resistance ahead of them.
And I love what they have right now, but it's only temporary with 19 seconds left before that ring closes. Pringles only have a good position for so long, and they've got to make the most of it while they do. The charged rifle is going to help them, but it's not going to get them the push into the place that Applejacks are holding down. They've got that defensive bombardment ready for the push, you can only believe, but having to do some incredible bouldering on the side to get themselves a little bit of a new angle of entry, because they've already been sniffed out on the side, and right now their life supply may just be cut off, but the squads that are sitting there ready, thirsty for these kills to come to them.
Kupski is still holding that angle. He's only got one shot left, I believe, in that Kraber jump pad out now. As the bubble has been used, forced out from the defensive bombardment. They do have the dome. Bubble is going to be used as Phony tries to heal up now, but he's going to be the first one to fall on Team Pringles. Xset picking up one of the kills as well, and now we're down to our top 4 as Xset somehow survived this entire melee, moving up the train tracks, picking up some kills. Applejacks losing out on Blueberry Smalls. And so now our top 4 squads, one squad, that's going to be Applejacks, down to a duo. But like we saw in the last game, do not count out a team that is damaged. Team Liquid, though, in the smack dab center of the map, looking to try and pick apart these squads and really force them into each other.
And you can see how much the positioning matters right here. Having made that early rotation to the high ground, Liquid own this lobby at the moment. With TSM still waiting for it to come to them. There's a third party incoming for Team Liquid as Xset and Applejack start to fight. Xset cleaning up those last couple KP. The dome's still around, but expiring very soon. And Nocturnal wants these kills with a Wraith Portal out to safety. They execute perfectly, and instead, they've lost a member on the backside to the likes of TSM. Now will they even be able to survive? 2 members down. Flanker's the only one left alive.
Such a dangerous position to put themselves in, but it was honestly the safest. It was still a really bad spot. TSM bide their time, wait for Liquid to overextend themselves now, and it's down to the final 2 squads remaining. TSM knocking out Liquid here. Raps does not have his bubble yet, as Xset are looking to close this one out with a high-flying game coming in with the jump pads there, as Rambo gets the knock onto Imperial Hell, and Raps has gone down, sniped down, the only one left in the 1v2, but Xset will be able to clutch this one up and take the win. They've got a lot of kill points as well. Good game coming out from Xset Gaming.
And Xset, as risky as it seemed at times, they play that game remarkably, slowing it down in the middle of the map and making use of that Wraith Portal when it mattered. The push onto Applejacks into the exit, the baiting of Team Liquid, everything came together perfectly there, and they executed on TSM like they'd been practicing it all week. An incredible performance from a squad that I was waiting to see shine. They're starting to.
Yeah, we're going to take a break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 3 right after this.
Hey, what up, guys? It's Phony, and if you want to play like me, you got to snack like me.
So 1, and they're just going to go ahead and full send it to finish it off. Hakulo is trying his best to survive just underneath behind of his team, and somehow Team Intel, they go down. Team Pringles will be able to finish this one off, and they'll take...
If you're ever looking for new snacks while gaming or some new gear, go ahead and go down to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Pringles products. My name's Phony, I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Whoa.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Eat your cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's your snack. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeso here. Game 2 all set, and Xset coming out with a big win. Looked like TSM was going to try and grab that one. Great push onto Team Liquid, wiping them out there in that late circle, but a well-executed jump pad from Xset gets them in position. They land their shots, take out TSM, and grab a win here in game number 2. So great performance there, and it certainly should shake up the standings. Let's check out our player of the game for game 2 of the day as things keep rolling. Remember, we still got 4 more to go here, so it'll be interesting to see how things shake out on our Mobile 1 leaderboard here when we go back to Jamerson and Diaz. There's still plenty more action. We're going to see more shifts on the standings there, but let's bring it up. There it is. It's Kenny from Xset there. 6 kills, 5 assists, and just breaking that 1200 damage threshold. So that's a great game from Xset, and that's a guaranteed, right? I don't know exactly how many kills the entire team got, but you look at that, that's a guaranteed, at the very least, 23 points for Xset in that game. That is absolutely huge, especially because I believe Splash had 24 after game 1, so that is just easily going to jump Xset right into contention. TSM was sitting in that top 3 as well, I believe, so they certainly accrued a bunch of points. TSM most likely jumps into first place, but Xset now putting themselves in the conversation here today. It's the 3rd week of the season, Pringles week, and teams really starting to hit their stride here, and we'll have to see if the partnered squads can turn things around. We saw the lucky may be a strong word there, but the very fun little rat win there from Malice Mamba in game 1, and we'll have to see if the partnered squads can bring it back. Just another reminder, if you want to shop more Pringles, we got them here on the desk with me, or any other products from our partnered brands, you guys can head over to walmart.com/esports arena today to get everything that you need. That does it for game number 2. Game 3 coming up when we come back.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Presley, and if you want to get fired up like I do in Series E, make sure you get yourself some fire roasted jalapeno Pringles.
So many early fights because you can see how hungry they are for placement and kills.
There we go. Finding out the lone Gibraltar, they will be able to get the knock onto Zim. There's 1 player remaining for this squad.
If you're ever hungry while gaming or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esports arena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
It's fruit refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top bars, flavored splash. It's fruit freshin'.
Cheese it, snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E here during Pringles Week 4 Pro Night. We've already gotten 2 games down, 4 more left to go, and we need to check in with the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see where all of our teams stand. So far, it's going to be TSM in the lead. 2 consistent games in a row. 38 points overall, putting them 10 points above our game 2 winners of Xset, who are now sitting in 2nd place with 28 points.
I told you, chat. I told you. For all of you out there who were saying TSM should have won, the nice thing about competitive Apex and repeated games is that consistency really matters, and TSM are nothing if not a consistent squad. Once they get rolling, they're really good about consistently placing in those top couple, and they've done it in game 1. They did it even more in game 2. Even after losing Imperial Hell, putting themselves up to that 38-point mark looks difficult to contest, but let's take a look at how our partner teams are doing.
Yeah, we're seeing Nestle Splash after that first game, now in the top 7, but the top 4 is what we're really looking at. Team Intel, Team Razor, Pringles, and Pop-Tarts. None of these teams doing the greatest so far in the first 2 games, but we'll see with 4 games left to go. But right now they are in the lead. Pop-Tarts, they're on the bubble with Rockstar just below them. The Mobile 1 high-performance moment of game number 2, though, as it has to be Xset coming in for the win. It was Team Liquid trying to take advantage of this as they came around from the side throughout all of this, but Team TSM coming in with a huge flank to try and take advantage of the situation.
And you could see even in that moment when Team Liquid lost, and it was when they ended up losing all of their members or started falling apart rather, and it was as soon as you saw that Octane push in to a Wraith portal, you've given up what is a good position to get now nothing. No resets, no anything, and TSM following right behind them fell prey to exactly the same setup that XSET had before, because they got to get out, get that reset, come back in all fresh to take the fight, and it was a well-deserved win that has put them in contention for our top couple squads here. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yep, we're getting ready for game number 3, and I would love to join on board with XSET, really making the argument to see a bit more crypto. We have seen, I think, like 2 other squads are running the crypto tonight so far. They've been able to utilize it quite well. Applejacks, I believe, was running it along with one other team I can't quite remember, but I would love seeing the kind of diversity in the meta we're seeing right now, especially with Season 10 coming up shortly, to really keep an eye on, as a lot of buffs, a lot of nerfs as well will be coming in. And so keeping an eye on that as that develops throughout the weeks. Right now, still waiting on game number 3, but as soon as we do, we will head into that.
I certainly will, and we'll get to see whether some of these squads can put up the same performances again and again, if they can use that consistency to their advantage. We've seen TSM do it, we've seen it put them in first place, and I think that a lot of the other squads can take a little bit, not more of a relaxed approach, that's not exactly what I want to say, but more of one where they focus on positioning and on taking these really smart engagements, because even G2 we saw in the middle of that game fall prey to a little bit of overzealousness on a push, and that can punish you and it can take you out of the standings completely. Holding on early is your best hope at getting into those top couple squads. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if Nestle Splash get punished early again, because that was really sad to see them go out that way, and I'm sure they don't want to do it again.
All right, here we go. Heading into game number 3, once again dropping into World's Edge. You can see XSET actually in that flight path, and they're taking, it seems to be Harvester. And so not a priority drop spot, but getting the win off of it, that's huge for them. Very centralized location, takes a while to loot up. You put yourself in the crossfires of some teams. You can see not too far away from staging is Kenny snipes away a gold armor from the teams that'll be dropping over at staging.
That is your sign to get a lottery ticket today. That was incredibly lucky of Kenny to be able to set up there. And now that he's got that gold shield, he's got the liberty of throwing out the drone as well, getting a little bit of scouting done. Well, cheese it. They might not be scouting. They're just pushing in to get super aggressive instantly to get that bubble down early as well, and are trying their best to wipe out what I can only assume is Nestle Splash again.
Might be Charlotte Phoenix on the other side of this one. We'll find out in just a moment. Cheese it. Gotta be careful trying to push these fights. You're only sitting on the white armors there. Maul is forced back. He will natty heal up with that passive as he slow heals with the cells for now. Renegade's in a fight with G2, and Bowser might have just been checking that drop just on the outside of Tree over at Thermal. So a lot of action here in the early game.
And you see Designful going down, you start sweating, because that guy is a huge part of the G2 squad. He's got 45% of their kills, and if he is going down with 2 minutes left on ring close, they're going to have a problem. G2 need to clutch that one out to stay in the game, and it doesn't look like they are, as Renegades are taking that handily. Cheese it, still in a fight of their own, playing this a lot more slowly. We'll see if they can achieve a little bit more success here, as it looks like they're going up against, you called it, Charlotte Phoenix, who have just gotten a member down. Cheese it answering back there. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Still a very slow fight, but Charlotte loses another, and Cheese it should have this.
Stink does secure the thirst, and he will clutch up for his squad. What? It's a minute 30 before rotations come out, and now you might see maybe the Lava team actually pushes up, and there it is, the scan coming out from Greek just to make sure that they are safe. It looks like he will be able to get Kodagami up, and you can see Charlotte Phoenix were able to play off their cooldowns. You saw how effective that caustic can be in slowing down pushes, but when it came down to the team fight, it was just excellent control coming out from Stink. We do see some player outlines off in the distance, but Charlotte Phoenix should be able to heal up and get ready for this. And they're lucky. The ring is pulling down this time around to the southern side of the map.
So they don't actually have that far to go, and it gives them the opportunity to loot up here and maybe even take a more southern approach, giving teams a lot more ground to cover should they want to get to them. You can already see, though, the Knights are pushing up in this area, and Charlotte Phoenix aren't ready for another fight just yet. You've also got the likes of Intel that want to roam down early. We'll see who gets to them first, but Charlotte Phoenix definitely going to be in a tough spot if they stick around.
Rockstar find themselves in a fight over here at Countdown currently, as might be Team Razor, don't know exactly who is actually in the area. Oh, it was a balloon rotate out, and they're waiting for Kimchi Lee to join up with the squad, and so he will miss the platform, but he should be able to get safely up. He is on that Gibraltar, has that dome to use if he finds himself in some trouble, and it's gonna be Team Razor on the other side. We're seeing that Rampage. Oh, excuse me, the Rampart. The Rampage, not quite yet. That's going to be coming out in Season 10. But they are set up. I mean, it looks like they're trying to play some Fortnite over here.
Kimchi Lee has a small embarrassing moment on stream and then instantly redeems it with a beautiful connection on that longbow. Facing down 2 squads, though, is going to make this a little bit harder as he's still finding the shots. But at this point, it's a little bit more about announcing your presence, which is odd because Rockstar don't need to be in danger of being pushed. They can rotate out of here and into that ring. Instead, choosing to put themselves up are just waiting for the fight to start up so that they can third party it, so that they can get KP, and they're playing it a little bit greedy. I'm hoping it works out for them.
Yeah, an odd situation to find yourself in. 3 teams over at Countdown right now. I feel like maybe Razor just wanted to lurk around here and find any kills if they can. Kimchi Lee getting a little stir crazy there, trying to find more with this longbow. He's got plenty of shots there. He really wants that purple Evo right now on that Gibraltar, but it doesn't look like anything really coming of it. That might have just been actually Team Razor reconnecting over on the eastern side, and so it's a little bit of a standstill, a little bit of a ceasefire between them as we join back on board with Charlotte Phoenix, who have moved down a bit more southern, might have been forced down here as they had a great position in the ring beforehand, but maybe the pressure coming out from Team Intel forced them over here, or they needed more loot because of the 50-50 they took. Now what are they going to do? Again, getting into those 50-50s early on means that you don't have the same kind of looting timing. Looks like the pings are going down. They're going to try and take that mini dome just to the south to find some more cursory loot.
And I like what they're doing here as well, using that mini dome for cover, because rotating through that open ground can be extremely risky right now. Even Applejacks rotating intra-building are trying to use that portal to get as much scouting done as they can, but even so, Kubsky falling quite low, has to take that portal instantly back. As they thought about the push, but Applejacks not going to be the ones to finish it right there. They do still use that crypto for a little bit of extra damage, and it's going to help them get those Evo shields leveled up, but it's not the push that they were wanting. It's not the reposition that they're going to need later.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, it doesn't look like Blueberry Smalls got a connector, or if he did, it was just onto one player there. Ooh. Back into that drone for himself. They are going to be safe inside this ring, and they can hold down this position. It'll be really strong for them. You can see there's a beacon not too far off from them, and so they'll be able to continue to hit that. There's Splash, though, getting into a fight over at Countdown right now. It might be Rockstar on the other end. Maybe Razor, we'll find out in just a moment. Turns still with that Beast of the Hunt popping. We'll throw down that scan, but the Beast of the Hunt has just ended. They need to buy time for Gibby to heal up, and they'll just back away, getting away from this engagement. They're going to be running, and they're going to be running in the zone for a good majority of it.
Yeah, this is going to not only delay their entry into the ring, but might just stop it completely, as holy moly, that right there is a team that doesn't want you to have fun, as unfortunately Nestle Splash are going to be playing down one member, as Malice Mamba has to take the huge long way around, going all the way through Skyhook, and I'm just Gibby is praying that he can even stay alive with Fun FPS looking down at him. It doesn't look like Team Liquid are keen to let this rotation go down unpunished.
Oh no, he's trying to reconnect all the way at Skyhook, but he's running into another full 3-man squad, but what do? He's stuck between Liquid and Team Razor there, as Tech will pick up that kill onto Gibby. Malice Mamba just trying his best to survive. Unfortunate for them, he was never even able to pick up that banner, so there was an opportunity to at least play this one out as a duo. On board with the Knights, who are over here at the Lava City tunnel. Scans out, slowing down this push, but Asura's not going to be slowed down. He's still going to go for the peak, despite showing up on that scan. I'm able to hold down this position. This is right in the middle of the zone, and so they really want to hold out for this position for the late game now. as they're not doing too bad. I mean, they've got the blues at the very least, and they have a lot of ammo to utilize to try to get the purples, so they can definitely hold on for this spot for the time being. Let's go ahead and swap around to see what else is going on across the map.
Exactly. I'm really interested to see what's happening, especially down south as well. But up here with Pringles, one of the squads that's also been really consistent in our partnered squads, making it to those top couple a lot. They're careful on this rotation right here because even though it's through Geyser and even though they're outside of the next ring, of course want to get into as fast as possible, they're rotating through a path that very well could have been taken by TSM. And running face first into TSM is not your recipe for success, interestingly enough. You don't want to put them any further in the leaderboards, instead wanting to get those points yourself. So you can see right now that they're playing it really, really slowly, scouting out with this high ground, and we already know that there's somebody in these buildings.
Oh, damn. They got my boy Tsunami on deck, filling in for them. It's great to see Tsunami back into Apex. Been playing since, well, has been playing again since like Season 9, but Team Pringles in a lot of trouble. As you can see, Rice Krispies were the team because I was camping inside Geyser. They do have the res, and the bubble should be going down. It might just be the re-knock, though. And now Team Pringles just go down without a fight. TSM coming in for the third party right behind them. And now they've got Rice Krispies in their sights, pushing down. They should have a largely isolated fight here. Snipe down as soon as he joins them. Should have the scans for them to see if they want to make this push. Scanned up. But they already know that there's a team inside that building, and they already know that there's a team up top. But they're just going to take the time to just loot up for the time being. What a surprising timing coming out from TSM. This is a squad you usually expect to be a little bit more center zone, but TSM, you know, they're already in first place. They have like a 10-point lead right now against the rest of the lobby. And so they're just looking for these fights on the edges.
And it's exactly what Pringles were afraid of, pushing in there. We said TSM very likely to take this rotation. I think hearing the gunfire, they go for that little bit more aggressive play on the edge, having not rotated early, which is an interesting play for TSM. A lot of the time, you see them being the first ones in, but definitely trying out a new style here. We've already seen them play more aggressively than I have in recent months, and right now, even playing that edge zone seems to be working out for them. They get the 3 KP right there, and are moving unchallenged, you can see on the map, into the next ring. This is a great spot for them to be in, and nobody is expecting them to come from this far north.
A lot of action taking place over at Sorting Factory as Cloud9 are looking to make their push. I believe it was Applejacks that was playing inside Banana for now. A lot of teams on the rotate trying to make their way on over, and Cloud9 are just trying to pick up the stragglers as they try to get across this very treacherous valley. They do have the cover, and the Gibraltar Dome should be going down very shortly, but Zach Mazer will take the time just to heal up for the time being. On board with Intel, they found this position early on, and they were able to benefit off of it. Triple purples for them, but they haven't found the kill points quite yet. This is still an incredibly strong position. The ring continuing to pull away from a lot of the major points of interest, going over basically to the open ground in between all of them. Team Rockstar, though, running into Team Razor now. Zeratricky gets that knock onto Kim Chile. It has been traded, though, I believe. Bring this one down. No, Team Razor been wiped out. So, a third-party attempt coming out. We'll see if Strictly can recover Kimchi Lee. This zone's starting to hurt them, but they should have plenty of meds to play off of.
They should for now. I'm still looking, speaking of, at another squad that was caught out of ring there. We're waiting for Nestle Splash to make their reappearance. As C9, they find Team Applejacks, one of the bastions of last game, and take them out right now. Cloud9, in a very commanding position this lobby, are still waiting for TSM to push in on them, and for right now, TSM are in a fight of their own that's distracting. Maybe we can get a third party on this, maybe even a fourth, because there are a lot of squads stacked up in Sorting Factory, and this toilet bowl can turn into a very messy place to fight. Pop-Tarts trying to hole up in here as much as possible. They're gonna run out of that dome very quickly, and the Thermites are the only thing between them and certain doom.
I believe TSM took out Pop-Tarts last game. They want to avoid this as much as possible. The port out to get over towards the fences for themselves. But here's Renegades in a fight up against Team Liquid as Nocturnal picks up 2. Bowser and Saucer are down. It's only up to Pow, but he has to give this one up. He's scanned up now. We'll see if he gets chased down, but it looks like Liquid are happy with the 2 KP and the loot as well, and holding down the southwest side of this ring.
But can we talk about how for the second game in a row, Renegades just took out G2? It's not a fluke at this point. These guys are consistently outplaying this squad, and G2 definitely have to be careful of a Renegades squad that has been quiet rather recently, doing quite well in this tournament. They've certainly eaten their what is it, morning cereal, Apple Jacks. I guess they ate Pringles today because today is Pringles week, so I guess that's their best buff.
Right now, Pop-Tart's still stuck inside the toilet bowl here with TSM above them, and that port is about to end, and so they need to commit to something, and it looks like they will commit to staying inside here. And ultimately, they'll have to face off against TSM. Pop-Tart's still sitting on double blues. You can see TSM above them have triple purples, and they're just getting some pop damage off across some teams that are trying to rotate out. But you can see the thought process here. TSM want to play the ridge line, and to do so, they need to clear out the team below them. So Pop-Tarts are just, looks like they're just shaking in their boots, waiting below them, waiting for that drop down from TSM. But here comes the move out. So TSM aren't going to fight for that at all. They're going to move over to Banana instead, running into quite possibly the crosshairs of Cloud9, who are over at Banana. So I'm surprised about that move, but we'll see how that one plays out. That does alleviate a lot of pressure on Pop-Tart's side, and they'll be able to play the ridge line here now.
And TSM definitely ditching that because they were getting flashbacks from last game trying to challenge for that high ground that didn't end up working out because the third party right now opting into potentially that fight back there as we see Malice Mamba getting a knockback here. I believe Malice still is operating as a rat right now, so surprising to see that coming in as Rockstar, they're also operating down at least one member, soon to be two, as Crummy gets knocked. Kimchi not going to survive the ring there, and even the kill doesn't end up getting picked up by anybody. 11 squads left in here. Rice Krispie Treats surviving very late in. Some of the latest performance we've seen from them. Let's see if they can make it to the end.
Crazy how he was able to pick up that kill. I thought it was going to be Pop-Tarts that picked that one up. No, they're in a fight with Cloud9 right now as they lose out on Z Davis on board with Charlotte Phoenix that have been running the south side of the map as this ring actually pulls down very heavily over towards the dome. Cloud9 dropping down. They do trade back and forth, cleaning up the rest of Pop-Tarts, but now it's Naughty left, I believe, in a 1v3 up against Rice Krispies as Naughty is trying his best to survive, does have the movement speed from that Beast of the Hunt, but he's got everyone on his tail currently. Throws down that scan, but they have to know that he's a solo down here. He's going to heal up. And then in this 1v3 situation, getting peeked from the left, he's already been cracked, and he'll get taken out by Clinical.
It's impossible to survive in this situation. It's less of a 1v3, more like a 1v6 at the end there, getting focused down from both sides. And Rice Krispie Treats, they're the ones that benefit from here. Maybe this is their uprising, as I know Yeso would be looking proudly at this squad now going, go on, you can go the distance here with 9 squads left. They've already survived 2 more falling, and getting this high ground is no small feat as we're approaching that next ring. They've still got a lot of ground to cover, but they've got the tools to do so with that dome and the jump pad up. The only thing that stands between them and the ring is a lot of open space, and that can be quite challenging for a lot of these squads.
Yeah, TSM losing out on one Clinical with a long range Volt.
Down.
He's running low a bit on that ammo, but they still have the 3v2 as Hal gets re-knocked by Spaceman. Now they're looking to finish off TSM. The dome has been used. Scan from the other side as well. Counter dome to push up now, but the ring is closing in and they are not safe in it. Snipe down answers back, but Spachamin will finish them off. They're not going to be able to recover him, and so they're going to play this one out as duo. Up top, though, it's Team Intel losing out on Dupe. Skittle Cakes will not survive long, but somehow found a small pocket to try and hit this bed, and now he is the only remaining member for Team Intel here in the top 8. Trying his best with the movement, but Flanker will finish him off. Here's the Knights with the early move on this zone as they're gatekeeping out the rest of Rice Krispies. They'll be able to finish them off, but here comes Liquid looking to third party. They themselves have to be careful. As you can see, the long range shots coming across the bow from the teams over at Dome, and so Liquid will not push this quite yet.
May Rice Krispies rest in peace, having put on one heck of a performance there, taking down TSM. They're going to have to wait till next game to have their time to shine once more. Right now, it's all about Liquid here, who have central position, gatekeeping this squad on the outside from getting into the next zone. Our final zone going to be up after this, and they've got just the tools to do it with fun. FPS already having found so many knocks on this longbow. You can see why they're using it to great effect. But they've still got to hold out on the edge of the ring here with the potential to be third-partied, as there are 5 squads left.
Yeah, we got Cloud9, we've got Liquid, and it looks like Era's still alive. Someone did just get knocked out, though, as a lot of the action is taking place here on the northwest zone. As Liquid going to have a little bit of difficulty moving in. They still have some time to work with, about 30 seconds, excuse me, to try and get in. Port has been used by this squad, and it looks like Liquid want to try and chase after this. They do have some additional loot to pick up. We'll see how many nades they can try and get in for this late game. They're going to need it for this advance. Nocturnal is taking his time with that loot, but it looks like they are ready to go. 10 seconds with the zone closing in, and no one's actually keeping an eye on them. So it's going to be a free move into the zone, and they have the eggshell to work off of. Nothing coming up from that scan as well. CLG to their north, though. Have to be careful. Keeping an eye on that eggshell for now, as CLG are utilizing that high ground rock to try to punish Liquid, but it's Vax who was almost cracked and forced back.
Liquid don't want to draw too much attention to themselves. They're walking into 2 squads that are holding this building, and they could be chunked out by CLG on the exit. They got to be careful right now for the potential for a lot of lasers to be pointed in their direction. CLG, though, with one of the best spots, still going to be in the next ring. Will be able to play with a lot of safety up here. Even knocked right now on the Gibraltar is going to be able to put out a lot of damage, potentially getting himself that next Evo before the ring starts to close in. A little bit of extra tankiness on that final fight. Nobody fighting just yet, though, as that ring has just finally closed, and the longbow is keeping Vaxlon with his head very close to the ground.
You know, we have the battlefield basically split into 2 by that eggshell now. A great moment for CLG. They're going to have that Valkyrie deploy to actually get on top of the dome, so they can try and drop down super late if they want to. They're biding their time for the time being because Liquid do at least have a little bit of LOS on them. But now with 4 teams left into this, I think CLG might be one of the best spots, particularly because of the Valkyrie that they're running.
None of the teams left so far have gotten a win yet today. It would be all of their firsts respectively, so Liquid definitely wanting this find themselves in what is one of the hardest spots to play during this ring, and even with that Evo coming in, it doesn't make it too much easier. They're going to have to use the bubble on a rotation here, likely the jump pad as well, and they're going to be going into the likes of Era, the likes of Charlotte Phoenix, and through CLG's line of fire. It is a challenging final circle, and we're going to see how it pans out right now as that next ring is closing.
Yeah, it looks like they are trying to set up for that. The ping did come out from Liquid on top of the eggshell, but CLG are just going to wait it out, actually, and see how long they can wait this one out. But Fun is keeping an eye on that angled nades coming in from Flanker here as Nocturnal tries to go for the wide peak. He does have to be careful. Hitting that tap strafe is going to put himself into a lot of trouble, getting team fired down by Team Era. Foolsy picks that one up. That might force out the bubble early on, but it looks like Team Era want to try and take advantage of this. They've bubbled themselves, but they have to be worried about Charlotte Phoenix behind them. Fun has to pull off that res for the time being, and here comes the pressure now. Defensive bombardment has gone down, and they were able to get the res onto Nocturnal. That was the gold bag res as well, but the defensive bombardment and the nades are doing so much damage to them. Fun has gone down. You can see Charlotte Phoenix are actually just biding their time. They're still inside the building and will now ultimately push out CLG. They are up top, or should be up top, waiting and looking and keeping an eye on that kill feed for them to drop down out. And here is the drop down, as it looks like Cloud9 looking to clean some up, but Charlotte Phoenix pick up a lot of those kills there. They do have, it looks like the last circle, CLG dropping down from the high ground. Kodagami picks up the kill, trades back, but it's down to a 1v2. Kodagami, does he have enough left in the tank? Got the reload and gets the crack with that Eva 8
One more hit,
one more hit. 100 HP, and it looks like he might have just enough to do it. Madness was not gonna be able to clutch that up for CLG. Charlotte Phoenix take the win here in game number 3.
Incredible performance from them and masterful control on that last circle, as it was a risky one. We talked about it repeatedly during that countdown to the last ring, that CLG and Team Liquid were in really tough spots, but it was Era and Charlotte Phoenix that had the best spots in the ring, and Charlotte Phoenix made great use of it. They made great use of the zone control with that caustic, and on a sliver clutched that game out, propelling themselves to their first win of the day.
All right, that means 3 games down, and that means we have hit halftime. So we're going to take a break. When we get back, we'll have the final 3 games of the day right after this.
This is the Fury stack. You got triple the original because you got triple the flavor. Let's go ahead and give it a try. Oh, that's so good. It doesn't overpower the taste at all. It still tastes nice and crispy. It doesn't have too much salt. If you need a refill quicker in game, just stack up the Pringles. It tastes just as good. If you ever need a refuel while gaming and need a quick snack, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to buy your Pringles. My name is Fury. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue wavy and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
You want to zoom this in? I'm gonna do it.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Yo, Bundy, where do you get this merch, dude?
Esportsarena.com/shop.
All stars.
Looks sick, Bundy.
I know.
What's up, gamers? Honeykin's here.
Behind the scenes. Look at this. This is like a camera.
We're doing a photo shoot today.
Stand loose. You're a goofy guy.
Yeah. Look at that. That's cute. That's a wallpaper.
I don't see anybody else's esports org with this many sponsors. That's all I'm saying.
What? You don't like that?
Why are you laughing? Do like, I don't know, is there like a Fortnite character that you like that doesn't take out a storyline?
It's the eye when it comes to production and photography.
Yeah, put the Nintendo Direct right there.
Area.
What's up?
Look at this crew neck, Connie. Show me this crew neck. Look at the embroidery. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Connie, how do those feel on your legs?
I love them, dude. I could literally live in these.
Confident.
Audi, he said hi.
GameCube controller. Get out of here.
What's this?
Phone and I just saw it.
Oh my god.
Like this thing right here.
You get that on camera? Watch your fingers.
Yes.
Put the camera down. Can you guys put these cameras down and like actually help Kyle?
Bunny, here, you can just take this. No, Brandon, keep vlogging.
Yeah, I don't know why he's thinking that. It's just... We got Tyler posing over here looking like a badass. We got Kyle doing some great shots where he pulls back and...
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a whole vibe, Connie. Gaming, dog. Gaming.
It's almost taxi.
Where's your camera? In the box?
In the box. Do you think the elevator's working?
No.
No.
Scary.
It was really dangerous. That was some Final Destination.
Yes.
Show us a picture.
No.
Hey guys, we're gonna...
Yeah, we did it. We made it. Right before the sun.
540.
That's a whole lot.
All right, folks, welcome back. Game 3 all set, and it's been a crazy run through the start of the day here, and it's going to be interesting to see how things shake out in the standings. We saw the partner squads kicking it off with Team Splash, but it's gone back to the pros here, and we'll have to see how things shake up there. But the cool thing is I am actually going to be joined by one of our partnered players right here. It's Pringles week, so we're looking to talk to one of the Pringles pros, and I have got Fury ready to join me here today. Fury, few games in today. How are we feeling right about now?
We're feeling pretty good. We had to sub out Phony tonight because he had something come up, but we got a sub and we're just ready to play out the rest of the night.
So 3 games in tonight. You guys had a solid performance last night, ended up jumping into the top 3, and now it's been a bit of a rough go here. How are you guys kind of feeling right now at this point in the season?
Yeah, we're feeling pretty decent because we're just trying out new comps to see like what we want to play this season. Just like not sure we want to play because we're still getting like the hang of how the rest of the sponsor teams play. But I think we'll start like doing a lot better in the next coming weeks.
Okay. Are you surprised by the strong starts we've seen from Razer and Intel? Because they really have seemed like they've come out of the gate running, whereas you guys coming in as the only squad keeping the same 3 players from last season. Does it surprise you how strong that they've looked here early on?
Not really. I mean, I expected a couple of these teams to be really strong, and they've been doing really hot. So just awesome to see other teams doing well too.
Now, I want to look forward to Season 10. Obviously, we're going to get the new patch coming out next week. We're getting a new legend, which, seems like it's just kind of Bloodhound 2.0 there with Seer. We're going to see some changes to the map. What are you hoping for in terms of changes going into next season that you feel like will benefit maybe you guys as a team or kind of the competitive scene as a whole?
I just want to see like more loot changes. I don't know. It feels weird when some of the POIs just have like barely any solves and they suck on rotates because it mainly feels like some of the POIs just right now are like kind of unplayable. Even though some teams make it work, it kind of sucks when if you want to do really well, you have to get one of the good POIs.
Now, one of the rumored changes we're possibly getting is the Prowler coming out of the drops and the Spitfire going in. Do you feel like with no changes to the Prowler, because there's been some discussions around that, with no changes to the actual play of the Prowler, do you feel like that's a win overall, or are we just trading one overpowered gun for another out on the map?
I don't know. It's like really hard to say with like how the guns have changed because I remember when they took the Devo out, everyone's like, oh my god, everyone's going to be only using Devo. But then like they didn't really make it that many changes besides the recoil, and like it was fine. So like hopefully like a couple of minor tweaks and like the Prowler is good.
Hey, it's definitely really interesting. I'm excited for the new season, and obviously, we'll get to test run it here on Series Z Tuesday and Wednesday next week, so that'll certainly be interesting. Best of luck tonight. Obviously been a bit of a tough go, but I have a lot of faith in Team Pringles. I know you guys are confident. You're testing out new things. I'm looking forward to the return of Team Pringles to the top. So best of luck the rest of tonight and as the season continues. Thanks so much for joining me, Fury.
All right, thank you.
All right, that was Fury of Team Pringles joining me there for a short interview at halftime here. And we've got 3 more games to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a fun run. If you want to see more insight on Team Pringles as well, maybe you want to check out just how well Fury has been playing throughout this season, you can use !Team Pringles in Twitch chat right now. It'll link you to their stats page over at esportsarena.com. So !Team Pringles or any of your favorite partnered squads, Team Intel, Team Razer, whatever. Use those commands in Twitch chat. You can get the links to their stats over at esportsarena.com. That does it for halftime. 3 more games to go. When we come back, Jamerson and Dia will get you guys all ready for game number 4.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles, we're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We're about to head into the second half, but before we do so, let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard. We've had 3 separate winners so far, and it's TSM still. They've been doing a really good job navigating the mid-game and have been very consistent, and they are currently sitting at 45 points overall, but Liquid now have taken second place with 32. We got Charlotte Phoenix there tied with Xset at 28, so it doesn't seem like Xset were able to put any points on the board in the last game.
And Charlotte Phoenix punching their way up there is really nice to see, but what I'm taking a look at, us, of course, as always, is where our partner teams are landing, and unfortunately, Team Splash is the highest ranked one right now at 7th place, still, of course, getting themselves those points and doing the best of the partnered squads right now in that sort of battle for the top of them, but the other thing that's impressing me, of course, is that we're getting to see a return to form for TSM. I am loving what we've seen so far, and I can't wait to see, even though they didn't perform the best, they weren't at the top of the table last game, a continuation of the dominance that they've shown so far. We're seeing, though, right now, how much these partner squads are closing in.
Yeah, notably Team Intel have not had the same performance that they did last night throughout the opening night, and they've only put a few points on the board, and that's surprising, especially with an uncontested drop in the center of the map. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 3. And I think we get a better look of how Charlotte Phoenix were able to clutch this one up. It looks like delaying that push out from their building definitely worked out. They were able to wait for those knocks coming out from every other squad, and they picked up a lot of kill points here in the end game.
They really did, and the shotguns were doing a massive amount of work. You even see it at the end there, but Charlotte Phoenix had a really nice, slow-controlled push there using the caustic gas, and it not only obscures visibility for everybody but caustic, but gives them the chance to reposition behind this rock, get that Eva loaded up again, and you've seen Eva 8s. I was scared here for a moment as the health bars got pretty low, but even against the likes of I'm Madness, Kodagami, able to clutch this one out. It's nice to see the former Wally Catchers roster now on Charlotte Phoenix really stepping up to compete with the best in Apex Legends.
Yeah, we're just getting game number 4 set up before we head into the next half, and it's about who can stop TSM. They don't have a monstrous lead. We know that a number of teams are still right behind them right now. Let's go ahead and head into game number 4. Let's join on board with Charlotte Phoenix, who were able to navigate that early game. They have been getting contested down there on, I believe, launch site up against Cheez-It. Cheez-It have been forcing the issue in these 50-50s, though, trying to take these fights, and they're only stuck on the white armors, trying to take an early fight up against them, making sure, I guess, trying to find timing is up against Kodagami's Caustic, make sure that he can't set up well. Right now, here comes the drop. Razor, though, in a fight over at Countdown now, and Tech just gets taken out by Gibby. Here comes Zara Tricky trying to answer back into the crack at the very least, but he's left with the Mozambique in hand, trying to get some shots through the tiny sliver there, as it looks like he will go for the peek and gets the knock onto Gibby. So they trade back, but they're the ones with the opportunity to try and get Tech back up.
Yeah, especially now that they're able to get this res. Razor are coming out on top right now, and mad respect for the squads that are comfortable taking these early game fights, because it can be really stressful and you're rolling the dice, but being able to do that and sort of maintain the mental warfare that goes on from game to game can get you one of the best landing spots in the game, can let you play the game the way that you're comfortable, and that's what Razor are intent on doing right now. Even if it comes at the cost of one of their members early on, they're clearly more than able to make that up, now getting all the loot that they could ever want. Cheez-It, not so lucky. We'll see how that turns out in their upcoming fight against Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, the fight coming up a bit too late, as they're actually keeping an eye on Charlotte Phoenix, making their way down to the south side of launch site here. And I feel like this fight is just going to go ahead and fizzle. Has not been going too well for Cheese, and so they have the opportunity to try and move. The only issue is, well, let's go ahead and talk about this fight, though. Rockstar now making their push up against Team Razor here. Kimchi Lee sitting on a blue armor, and we know on the other side, I believe Razor should have a purple along with 2 blues, so the HP advantage definitely working against them now, as Strictly is taking so much damage. He is on that Wraith, and he should be able to Q out, but he drops down to the low instead, baiting out the Team Razor to try and overextend here. And it looks like Strictly should be safe for the time being. There, Tricky wants to get something going as he's looking to try and get the cross. Does have the tactical out and doesn't get a connect. There we go, hitting for the 25 and 3, forcing them back. Mid-air hits him with that flatline, but he's gotten cracked himself. He needs some heals. He needs Tech to throw down walls for this retreat.
That's the nice thing about having the Rampart, is that you can create these mini safe zones wherever you do go, and that's exactly what Tech is doing, allowing Zera to get a little bit more. But there are other squads that were involving themselves in this fight last game, and I have no doubt that Nestle Splash, having heard the shots, could very well be on the way. Given how early this is, not a lot of the squads are too looted up yet. Even Razor right now, with the purple shields, are struggling to get them all back online. Will just now with Zera having that, but Rockstar have already taken the disengage. We'll see if any more fights break out around here, because last time this was extremely punishing for all 3 of the squads involved.
Applejack's on a fight on their move. They got the knock on to Oxy. That might have been a re-knock, but it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Bringing this down to a 2v2. Blueberry Smalls pushing the bubble. He will fall. It's all up to 00 negative left in this fight. The melee battle coming out, but he's still hitting for armor here. The longbow out just for, I don't even know. Oh my god! What? 00 negative! It looked like Tech actually had no health behind that. 00 negative was sitting on 1 HP, and he actually clutches this one up. He needs a fast recovery here, and it doesn't seem like the third party is coming out, so somehow Applejacks cling on for dear life. Back on board with Razor over here on the north side of the map, as it looks like Liquid are finally making their way out of trials now. They got the knock onto Tech. Baby Tuli is going to be forced to bubble res for him, and it doesn't look like Liquid have been able to close the gap to try and punish this one. So Tech does stay alive for now, and they'll just back away back into Countdown.
Good dome. Tech does get inside as well, with the walls to help keep them up and safe, so going to be able to heal up for right now, but it is still a scary situation knowing that you've got Liquid at your back. They haven't taken that center spot that they did just last game, but G2 now, they smell blood in the water. Let's see if 00 negative can pull out the miracle again. The dome is tricky, but it isn't tricky enough, as G2, they are clamoring for the KP, clamoring for that top spot that they know they can have.
Yeah, they finally find a timing on a third party here and do not get interrupted. Cloud9, though, on the move, find themselves in a fight, and they are stuck here on the low ground. Alberlele has been cracked, but he has taken out Crummy. Rockstar now fighting into a 2v3, and Cloud9 will take the time to top off and go for the reset before they push down once again, trying to find their knock, and there we go. Spots him out. They'll be able to secure this point at the very least on to Crummy. So Cloud9 can continue to play the edges here. We know that there's still a number of teams not too far off up to their north over at Countdown.
But a lot of these games have actually been picking up in pace, which is really surprising given how we started off in Game 1 with 19 squads for the longest time. All of a sudden, we're down to 18, and that first ring is still closing with Cloud9 making their rotation through Train Yard. They've actually got to go rather quick, and that's where this Valkyrie can really start to matter for making your way into, especially a ring that pulls pretty far away from you early on. G2, though, they may not be using that Valkyrie. They got Wraith, they got Octane because they want kills.
And they're finding the fragments of this Rockstar squad now, looking to clean that one up. But defensive bombardment does slow them down just a bit, but he's just on the other side of these rocks. Designful even playing this one cautiously, waiting for his squad to force Kimchi Lee out, who will fall. Rockstar knocked out in the top 18. And currently G2, we got Designful sitting as the kill leader already with 3 kills 5 minutes into the game.
You heard it in the chat, guys. Kimchi Lee's out of Rockstar. You can see it reflected here. We got to get this man some more energy drinks. Keep him on top of his game, because right now, when you're going up against G2, you need every single bit of it. It wouldn't be G2, though, if they weren't being ever so slightly disrespectful when they took down a squad, because that's how you assert your dominance in these lobbies, or at least how G2 end up going about it. They've got plenty of loot boxes to work on here, and now should be able to get themselves into the ring. Already with the kill leader in their pocket, the KP secured. This could be their game.
Pringles find themselves in a fight over here at No Name. Might be Pop-Tarts running in. Slow rotates out. Could also be TSM.
Presley?
Pringles did get taken out by them last time, and we'll see if they can punish this squad. But Fury, it's going to be Rice Krispies with the longbow, getting the knock onto Fury. Does Presley have the bubble res for him? And he does, and so he'll throw that back as Tsunami is holding down on the high ground. And how the hell did Liquid get over here? They're looking for the third party. You can see Nocturnal was on the lurk. He does not connect with the shots quite yet with that wingman. Still have the opportunity to try and punish them. Going to be fun to get that re-knock onto Fury and finishes them off, bringing this down to a 3v2. They have to understand, though, that they have Rice Krispies in the area as well, but they're looking to just finish off the rest of Team Pringles. Tsunami to go down, and Pringles are just down to a solo.
Like that Liquid are pushing the agenda right now. Nocturnal has the backup of his squad. Is a little bit further ahead, as we know he likes to be based on the last couple games, but they've got the damage to finish this one off, and now with the gold shields as well, they can start healing up, having plenty of time to get to the ring, get a lot of value out of these syringes, and move in slowly with, again, the KP they've already secured. These squads at the pro level are really picking up the pace, and TSM, they've picked it up in a little bit of a different way, making one of the fastest rotations we've seen from this squad all the way down to the southern end of the map.
And you can see why the ring hugging very hard down to the south. Once again, we're going to have another dome ending, or at least we should, and TSM are setting up inside the car just to the northeast of Dome. We've seen this circle plenty of times, but TSM love to just patrol around the edges, use the dome, use the outer eggshell, and control the northern side. You can see Hal and Reps are set up there right now, while Snipedown is on the lurk here on the eastern edges. So they're just playing straight for the late game, and might as well. They're currently in the lead after 3 games, I believe 45 points overall, averaging 15 points per game. It's a great position to be in so far. Now it's just about finishing again, just the way you did in the last 3 games.
And that's one of the nice things about TSM is their consistency, but not just consistency in terms of the placement and the kills, but in terms of the way that they play the game. There is a laser focus from Snapdown that we see right there. There's a laser focus onto C9 as well. I may have to interrupt the point because Aberlele is being focused down. Does have the backup of his squad up here, and that push is being challenged, but only for so long as C9 have to dome and ditch their way back to some heals. Being pushed down, Stay Naughty throws in a little bit more damage, gets his heal off as well. Dome has been responded to on the other side. We'll see who they're up against very soon, as that first knock is sure to come in.
Wondering if this is G2 on the other side of this one, and it is.
Nice.
As you can see, Designful has been able to heal up, and here he comes in with the airburst nades. We'll see if they connect. Looks like it blows up right at their foot, getting the 100 and forcing one out from cover now. Another Arc Star to force out that Gibraltar as they push up. They get the first knock, taking out Naughty now, and Designful without a care in the world. Zach Mazer will be the next one to fall, and G2 are finally picking it up. This is what we've been expecting out of them, starting to run the lobby, having at least 7 kills. It should be, I believe, 8 overall for them.
The artillery from Designful there deciding, and it's going to knock C9 down in the standings here. They won't have the opportunity to pick up any more kills this game, and hey, the standard G2 closeout. They've got themselves even more kills now, still with the kill leader on their squad. We'll see if the other ones to close out this game, because they may not have made that early rotation to ring like TSM did, but it's going to be a clash of 2 Titans at the end.
Yeah, round 2 closing, 45 seconds left, and they do have the balloon rotate to work off of. They've been clearing out the western side of the zone fairly well now. And it looks like it's just going to be a blind rotate to get past Sorting Factory, avoid having to clear out building after building, especially the simple fact that they're not running the Bloodhound anymore. And so you don't want to try and just do it by having a scout up front. On the north side of Sorting Factory, though, we have Razor in a fight right now, forcing out the enemy bubble. And it's going to be Tech here, holding on the lurk angle from the side. You can see Zeratricky is trying to push up. Baby Tooley, they still have the long-range weapons to deal with and might not be keen on trying to take a full-on engagement here without poking, but the squad has been able to back away with that jump pad, and it looks like they're considering just going for the balloon rotate, and that is what they'll do. G2 find themselves trying to cut off that squad. That Razor had their sights on a lot of nades going down, but Designful will be able to just avoid a lot of that. Arcstar funneling them to the right-hand side, the peek out, and he connects with the shots. Resulta takes out Spaceman, and that's going to be Rice Krispies down to just 1 player left. That's the cleanup onto Clinical, and it was everything. It was just Clinical for them. Here's Liquid trying to avoid G2, getting out of dodge. They do not want anything to do with them.
No, I don't want to fight that either, especially seeing how well it is that G2 are controlling the pace of the fights with the utility. We've seen it twice now, especially with Designful being able to manipulate positioning so ridiculously well. And Cheese It right now, they're on the receiving end of a lot of that positioning manipulation. With already having 1 member going down, they've got no safe space to be. They don't have that rampart set up in the corner to be able to keep themselves alive, instead trying to siege them out, and it is a tall task for the likes of Golden, Mollis, and Finicky to be able to make that work, although they do manage to get the res onto Golden, which will keep them in the game for now. They slowly but surely are trying to make their way past these walls.
And they've got to pick up the pace here. As you can see, G2 just to the north of them. They've got them pinged out, and here they come. G2 looking for that huge 30-40 point game. We'll see if they can get it. Good peek out from Mollis there, at least hitting for the 50, but now the bubbles from either side, and Cheez-It are looking to take the bubble fight, but the 30-30 repeater might work against Mollis here. Full push out from G2, and they take out 2 of them already. And oh my goodness, where was this G2 in the first 3 games of the day? Well, it doesn't matter because they're making up for it with lost time here. Malice Mamba just clutching his pearls right beneath them. Oh my goodness. You do not want to be in that spot as that rat.
No, that does not make for a happy Malice Mamba, but G2 very, very happy at the moment. You can only imagine the bubble play from them was immaculate there, and I feel like it's just been manipulation of attention this whole time. Playing so ridiculously well has gotten them to the point where they've basically got a win already in the kills. Adding another actual win to that would only make things better for them. I like the investment of the ultimate right here for the possible reposition. They're going to end up using this. Razor not eating too much damage on the way out, but Thule almost goes down. Have to look out for that on the way down as well. Eating another bullet. He's so ridiculously close, dropping early. Zera finding his way around, though, would be able to control this high ground, and all that's important is right here that you stick the landing. Almost no shields on this squad, and Thule gets taken down just in the nick of time. They're going into a meat grinder here, and this is going to be the end of Razor's journey, more than likely, at G2 and yet another squad's way.
Yeah, they have at least 12 kills. You can see right now Resulta is the kill leader with 7 overall. He's got 5 assists, so at least 12 kills for G2 if they get the win. Oh my goodness, this will be a huge way back into the top 4 for this game. But right now, though, Liquid are having a great game as well as Fun. Picks up 2 kills off of Team Pop-Tarts there. We're on board with Renegades now, who are trying to push the north side of the map currently. They might have TSM pinned down over here. We'll find out in just a moment as the push out comes. It might be just Liquid actually underneath them. Saucer is taking a lot of damage and he's forced back. Pow is the only healthy member here, and there's TSM actually poking across once again, playing the dome so well so far. But Renegades do persist, do survive, and do top themselves off. They find themselves sandwiched in between so many teams right now as they need to find a way on in. With 50 seconds left to go, Saucer is starting to lead the way for them to try to get inside Dome, but this is such a hard pull down to the southeast side of Dome.
Dude, we need Renegades in this final ring. They're the only chance of taking down G2. They've been their kryptonite so far in this tournament, and having them still in here gives us a hope that somebody can stop this monstrous Titan. With TSM playing all around the edge right now, they're still not in the ring, and there's not a whole lot of real estate for them to claim. So now we'll have to see if their mechanics can live up to the challenge. Trying to find their way into the Dome right now as that truck certainly not a great place for them anymore. You can see the outlines, though, and TSM have sniffed this out. There's some KP in the water right now, but the shot's not connecting. How fast can they clean this up? You can't risk getting third-partied, and Hal is waiting for some sort of damage to come through. Liquid is going to lose 1 member. Are they going to lose everybody?
Yeah, TSM not overextending there. Will go for the reset with Reps throwing down that bubble. So you can see the finish coming out from Snipe down onto Flanker. They're just going to go ahead and back away. Such a hard pull down to the southeast side of this ring. Haven't seen that in quite some time, but TSM will just go ahead and back away and be happy that they actually picked up that extra KP and made it a little bit easier for them to hold on this side of the zone with 9 squads remaining. Throughout all of this, though, G2 have found more kills. I believe they might have taken out Charlotte Phoenix, or at least 2 of Charlotte Phoenix, as Intel lose out
Renegades
on 1. Rep with that G7 Scout have been doing such a fantastic job. Skittle Cakes has been finished off as Renegades now going down to CLG. Snipe down, finding a kill onto Dupe, and Intel are knocked out by TSM. We'll see, though, if G2 can find more kills throughout all this. TSM backing away from now, not overextending on this. The Cloud9 are still alive as well, finishing off the Renegades.
The other squad that we haven't talked about just yet, but that still is in here, can still manage to find these wins, and has before, is XSET. They've been playing very, very far back here, slow and controlled, as XSET like to play inside the building, finding kills where they can, and it certainly worked out for them, but now they've got to rely on that placements with not that many kills just yet. Placement is such a big part of how you'll score when you try and play this way, and they've got to have that clutch factor. They've got to take down at least 1 more squad. Looking out the window, they see 1, but they're more concerned with how on earth you get out of this building without being gunned down.
And you can see full control coming out from those squads just outside as well. They don't have the port to work off of, and they won't have it in time unless they have an ultimate Excel. Kenny might be the opening for them with that EMP if he does have it to try to get in, but every door is being watched right now. Klein taking some damage and is going to be forced to top off. The bubble will be ready for Rambo as well, but this is such a tense situation for them. Have they come up with a plan as, oh my goodness, Kenny taking some damage from G2 on the outer shell, and so G2 are playing on that side. They might have to deal with TSM in just a moment, but for the time being, G2 are doing an excellent job of making sure that their south side is cleared out. Here's XSET, though, making their push on the rooftops. A lot of fighting taking place in the building just ahead of them. They're going to be able to push up and actually kind of leapfrog their way from silo to silo, and so they're kind of safe, but there's someone actually checking the door. They've got to be careful. It's blocked off by a mobile respawn beacon. They're going to be forced to play on top of the roofs here, but it looks like they do have a safe position as fighting is taking place just ahead of them.
It's a riskier spot for Xset, not one that they're used to playing inside with no cover, but we'll see if they can do it right now as they're on the receiving end of fire from every angle. Rambo goes ridiculously low, but is still alive, drops down, and is going to eat some damage from this ring. Barely inside of it right now with the backup of Clean. They've still got the EMP to work with as well. Kenny holding on to that for the time being, waiting until they can push inside, but in the meantime, TSM, they are finding more and more kills. A nice laser with the R99 finds damage, but nothing else, as that's going to be Liquid knocked out by TSM in the meantime. We'll see if Xset can clutch this out. Without Kenny, it's going to be harder.
Yeah, can't quite push because G2 is watching that angle, and so they don't punish that yet. TSM, G2, CLG, and Xset here are the final 4 squads for this ring, but TSM have put themselves at a small disadvantage actually pushing into the inner portion of the dome. It's G2 that are patrolling on the outside right now, and that's where the circle will ultimately be closing up. Reps taking a lot of damage. Imperial Hell dropped down low as Reps does fall. CLG picking that one up, but they're not ready to push quite yet. Reps getting rezzed up, but no, Snipe Down pulls off of it here as the Thermite does go down from Hell. Big crack with the 77. Misses the next 3 shots though, but he puts the fear into CLG, forcing them back, and somehow TSM recover. Reps is back up with the gold bag res. Here's G2 though. Xset going in for the EMP
down one
push,
member.
but G2 are just swatting it down as Klain has been taken out. G2 find themselves a little bit vulnerable here, so they do just back away and wait for the lobby to kill itself as CLG ultimately put a stop to TSM. It's down to the final 3 squads.
And Klain still in this as well, finds the knock onto I'm Madness from CLG, leaving the squad at a disadvantage as he gets knocked out. Nobody is operating at full power. Vaxlon least of all, as he is getting gunned through. G2, the ones that have all 3 members up, and with only 1 squad left to face down, I think they should be able to do it. They have been on a roll this entire game, 20 kills to their name. Can they finish this one out with a win?
This is stupid. G2 are absolutely popping off.
Kenny!
Kenny! Klain, and just like that, G2 propel themselves into the top, I would say 2, with a performance like that, having at least 35 points, I would say, picking up the final kills onto Xset there. What a performance coming out from G2.
I didn't know that I'd be needing to write to Respawn about nerfing them in Season 10, but after that game, you certainly do. 20 kills, more than that actually, must have, like you say, propelled them so far in the leaderboards, and I'm asking myself the same question that you did earlier on, and that is, where on earth was this G2, and can we get more of it, please? That was a crazy performance, and one that dismantled squads that were playing at the top of their game.
You know, we got 2 games left to go, and we've got G2 firing up. We'll see if they can carry that momentum into the final 2 games of the day. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 5 of Series E right after this.
I've been playing Apex Legends since Season 0, and the reason I got into the game was from my friend Ashton Frey. And he invited me to play the game back when we were on console, and then I ended up getting a PC 1 year later, so I ended up having to leave him.
Just underneath behind of his team, and somehow Team Intel, they go down. Team Pringles will be able to finish this one.
For my team, I prefer IGLing the team. Fury used to be the IGL back in like Season 2, Season 3, and then he ended up giving me the role of the IGL, and he ended up going to be the co-IGL. I feel like it's a very difficult role to play, and it's a very stressful role, but at the end of the day, a stronger IGO is what makes a team. The main champion that I play for comp right now is Gibby, which he has basically 100% grab in the whole competitive series. My favorite guns to run with the Gibby is charge rifle and any type of shotgun, it doesn't really matter. Preferred would be a Mastiff or Eva, just because how broken they are. But yeah, definitely a sniper and a shotgun to roll with the Gibby.
Intel now with the 3v2, they got the knock on the Panthers. It's just 1 left, and it's just Metro here.
My favorite part about playing comp is honestly just having my teammates along the side of me. Playing alone is very boring and very depressing. So for me, I like to have like that social interaction with my teammates and have that bond where we could carry out not only in regular gameplay, but competitive as well. If you're ever looking for new snacks while gaming or some new gear, go ahead and go down to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Pringles products. My name's Phony. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
All right, what's up, everybody? Yeso back here. 4 games done, and we get to see G2 grabbing a big victory there. And I can tell you, I get to peek at the stats in the back room here. 25 kills. They wiped out almost half of the entire lobby that game. 25 kills for G2. That is a 37-point game. One of the most impressive single game performances I've ever seen in Apex. That was fantastic. And G2, I talked about it at the top of the show. They've taken the past 2 pro nights. They've won all of them so far this season, and they're looking to make it the 3-peat here tonight. If they can keep things rolling the way they did that game, and they don't have to get 25 kills a game every game all the way out, but if they can keep up half of that effort, they should easily take the win tonight. Let's check out our player of the game here, though. Pull that one up for you. Designful, look at that. 10 kills, 11 assists, almost just shy of 3,100 damage. Designful, absolutely cracked. And I think G2 seriously is ready to just take over. They look so strong here on our Series E Pro Nights all across the table. Designful tends to be the leading fragger for this team, but they all bring great shots, great fragging ability, and this team top to bottom is so unbelievably strong. So what a performance from them. Look at that, 10 kills and 11 assists. Designful just popping off in that one. And we'll have to see, can they keep it rolling? We've got 2 games left on the day today. We'll have to see how things shake out on our Mobile One leaderboard when we go back to Jamerson and Dia, but it's going to be a very interesting run to the finish here, folks. 2 more games left on the day, and G2 takes that last win. When we come back, we'll have our Mobile One leaderboard and all that stuff. Just want to remind you guys one more time, get in on the Pringles giveaways we're doing this week. Bunch of swag over there. And if you want info on how to enter, just exclamation point giveaway in Twitch chat right now. We'll be back in a few minutes, folks, with game number 5.
What's up, guys? My name is Presley, and this is the Presley Stack. Alright, so first off, 3 flaming jalapeno chips. One of them perfect condition. The middle one, this is the most important part. You see the jagged edge on it? It's gonna make for a beautiful crunch in the middle. Third one, same thing as the first one, beautiful chip. Load it all together, boom. You have a little sandwich of some sort, and you just go for it. So, the jalapenos, the fire roasted jalapenos definitely make a difference from them being just regular jalapenos. I feel like it's more of a savory burn instead of just the original jalapeno flavor. So I would definitely recommend the fire roasted. If you're ever hungry while gaming or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esportsarena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, welcome back to Series E. We heard it there from Yeso. It was a 25 kill game for G2. And so that means 37 points overall. And we said it at the top of the show, if any team's going to do it, drop the 30 bombs, it's going to be them. They are so consistent in being able to put on a performance like that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see what that means for their standings, though. After the first 3 games now, actually the first 4 games, they propelled themselves into second place. So we have to remember, they just got 37 points. They had 5 points after 3 games, and now they are in second place after 1 huge game.
They just yoinked that away from Liquid, and it couldn't have come at a better time as well. Moving into the second half, all it takes is some consistent performances from G2 to continue to cement their lead and maybe move themselves into that top spot for today. A check-in, of course, with our partner teams, with G2 rocketing all the way up there. Team Splash has fallen down to 8th right now, so still a struggle for them, but we're seeing a battle of titans happen right now. TSM, G2, Team Liquid, X set. It is a massive battle for this top spot.
And we can't count out CLG as well. Definitely within the running with the last 2 games. But taking a look at our cumulative leaderboard so far, Team Intel, Razor, Pringles, and Pop-Tarts still in the top 4. Rockstar are 20 points there on the bubble off of Team Pop-Tarts. This is still early on in the season, but it's still a good indication of how our teams have been performing and how they probably will do throughout the rest of the season. So we're looking to Rice Krispies, Apple Jacks, Cheez-It, and Splash to start picking things up. We've seen moments of brilliance, but we need to see more out of them. Taking a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 4. And really, you just pick any fight that G2 took. And it was this one right here, Applejacks versus G2. I believe, no, it's actually Applejacks pushing up against Oxy Aries and his squad. And I think shortly afterwards, G2 come in for the third party.
Yeah, they did end up ultimately getting these kills, but this was my favorite moment of the entire game. I think it's my favorite moment of Apex in almost the past month here, as Double One Negative barely managing to clutch that out with a longbow shot of all things over the shield. Incredible play there. It literally gave his team a lifeline for later.
Yeah, he was on 1 HP. You saw about 10 more bullets coming out from the other side. Just was not able to finish that one off despite being on the big boy there himself. Having the 6x on the longbow too inside such a close fight. It's within like 3 meters there. It's become so difficult. And you see he just commits for that no scope, goes to the crouch to get that extra accuracy as well. Gludges that one up. And so Team Applejacks, that was a good moment for them. But again, Team G2 are come in right afterwards to clean them up. And I think that was the beginning of the snowball for G2 in game number 4. We are getting game number 5 set up. We have 2 more left to go. And TSM have not built up a comfortable enough lead, especially after a 37-point performance out of G2 in game number 4.
Yeah, I was really impressed by a lot of the pro teams today. I've had moments where I went, oh, C9 look unstoppable in it right now. One where I went, TSM look unstoppable right now. Even CLG and Era have had their moments, but nothing compares to the G2 Goomba stomp that was last game. It is so crazy to see professional teams killing a third of the lobby. Even more so, actually, when we think about Designful in there with more than the 20 kills. It changes the entire way that every other squad has to play the game, and now everybody, including TSM, has to be keeping their eyes on G2 as the number 1 contender. You got to keep your eyes on the kill feed, especially as this is where IGLs can be really big. Knowing when G2 is taking a fight, knowing when you can third party, because nobody wants to be exposed to that at full strength.
And I guess that makes sense for a team like TSM. They were holding the outer dome, basically. They were running around the perimeters on the eastern side. G2 were holding the southern side, but TSM committed actually pushing in to the buildings inside dome proper and kind of gave up that spot. And it was free for G2. They just popped off at the end of the game there like they were doing throughout all stages of it, but they were able to pick up kills from every fight that was taking place basically in the last 5 team engagements there. So a strong performance for them, as it looks like we should have game number 5 very shortly here. Again, I thank you all so much for putting up for the patience as we do get the lobby set up. And as soon as we do, we will be heading into that. It looks like we do have game 5 set up. So let's go ahead and head into World's Edge for game number 5. If we can, join on board with G2. You had mentioned it, that Team Renegades had kind of their number in the first 3 games of the day. They were the ones that were constantly putting an end to them. Renegades do check them at points, especially over at Thermal, where they match up at Tree. We'll see if they try to go for maybe some early cheese to slow down G2.
And G2 maybe with a swap up in zones could change their style as well, because if we get another southern zone, maybe that really favors them. Maybe that's their thing. 2 of them in a row have gone towards Dome, and it's given G2 time to refine their play style as it approaches the southern end. And we'll get to see very soon what we're playing with this time, because we've had 2 up towards Fragment / Epicenter, 2 down towards Dome. I wonder how the RNG of World's Edge is going to swap things up now for us to get even more diversity in the gameplay. And it seems like we're getting one that does push us a little bit more south again, but this time it's to the southwest, not the southeast.
We have the 50-50s taking place across the map. Once again, down by launch site and up at countdown. Cheez-It getting the first frag on to Charlotte Phoenix's Stink. Here's Team Razor, though, in their fight, I believe. They're the ones that got the first knock over here onto, I believe, one member of Rockstar. But they're going to go ahead and push up now. Zera Tricky almost getting cracked there. He's got the R9 with the purple mag, but he doesn't have any ammo, unfortunately, behind it here. And the charge rifle is his backup weapon. So not the greatest of loadouts, and they're not going to hard commit onto this one. So they'll just continue their looting path for now. It looks like they have spotted out a squad, and oh no, Applejacks rotating in from Train Yard early to punish them.
And this is one of the risks. It's not just about the 50-50 that you run early on when you take these fights. It's about getting third-partied as well. And Cheez-It in their own early fight. We'll see if they can clutch this one out. They've lost 1 with Mollis, the last member remaining, against a Bloodhound of all things. He's going to be at an information disadvantage once that scan comes up. And right now, he's just shielding up to try and mitigate that. His own squad mates having his back right now. It'll be all right, letting him know where this Bloodhound is, what he can do about it. But Mollis on the Octane needs this extra little bit of health that comes with the regen as well. Knows that he's going to be pushed right now. Has that Volt up and ready. Who's going to clutch out this fight? The Mastiff comes out. 44 damage is a big chunk for the beginning. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it is. Charlotte Phoenix lose every single member.
Cheez-It will clutch this one up, and we get a better idea of where this ring is going to go. It is pulling down south, but it's not the hard pulls that we've been seeing going over towards Dome. And so Sorting Factory is going to be the main point of contention. We haven't seen the second ring quite yet, as there's just been so much fighting here in the early game. So if we can get a check-in on that shortly, that would be amazing right now. Cheez-It, though, with that recovery, they'll have the purple armor, they'll have the double blues as well, and now they need to finish up looting here and slow down on the rotation. But luckily for them, the ring is not very far. We have a better idea from Renegades that it will be pulling down over here to Sorting Factory, but oh no, Bowser's gotten down. Rambo picks that one up, and Renegades are on the back foot as Scurry's popping that Phoenix kit, and he will be able to get it off at the very least. But they need to recover the banner of Bowser, and it looks like they're not going to have that opportunity. Jump padding out. On board with Nestle Splash, though, as they are over here at Train Yard now. I believe trying to push Applejacks. Gibby taking a lot of damage, and he himself has to be careful as he slow heals up. And they are on that Revenant squad. They're not running an Octane, though, and so they're going to have to try their best to just walk up and close the distance, and it looks like one of them have already been cleared. Mamba might have an opportunity to hit that death totem, but Nestle have already been pushed back. Crummy picking that one up, and now we'll see if Splash can try to recover Malice Mamba.
It's an uphill battle, not literally in this case, as they hold the high ground, but figuratively very tough right now, as that res now impossible. Malice Mamba does get thirsted, and it just gets worse and worse for Splash. Although they've found the headshots here, they've found one knock, and it might just be enough. With Gibby very low right now, with that silence coming in, it seems like they're fighting this out. TSM in a fight of their own, though, have lost Snipe down for right now, and they definitely need to keep themselves in the running right now in first place. Not for much longer if they get knocked out.
Yeah, Cloud9 just mirroring them on this rotate, and they were able to catch them out, and now looks like almost an impossible situation to try to get sniped down back into this. I believe they've already used their jump pad. There are multiple teams in the sorting factory area. So we'll see how TSM can recover off the back of this. They are the current leaders in the lobby, but not by much, I believe. There's maybe like a 10-point differential between them and first place. So it looks like they're just going to call it here on Snipe Down. They're not going to be able to get him back in. CLG, Cloud9, too many big heavy hitters in the area for them to try to go for this.
CLG benefiting off the fact, of course, that TSM have just left, likely picked up that last kill onto Snipe Down. So are running World's Edge at the moment as Arrow look for a push of their own, getting that grenade down. They throw in another one to try and control the flow of battle. We've seen G2 do it before, but Arrow instead, not confident on that push, are going to back away, knowing that they could be third-partied at any moment and eating that big Arc Star.
The Phoenix kit, though, he will stick it and does get that full heal. Goes for the repeak now as he climbs on up. The scan out, but he gets scanned himself. It's Team Intel that are stuck inside this building, pushing out as a full 3 with the bubble as well. They didn't recognize that there was one solo, but it was a bait. Tech getting the knock onto Skittle Cakes, and now Era will go ahead and force the issue, finding a second knock onto Dupe, and it's all up to Verhulst to try and survive. As that was just so unfortunate for them. Great baiting coming out from the Era side to pick up those 2 kill points.
Really, really well done. And for Intel, a squad that I was really hyped on coming in today, and I still am, honestly. It's sad to see them lose members so early. We'll see if those reses can come in. It's not completely unreasonable yet, but with Verhulst in a world of hurt on his own here, it is unlikely this squad ends up making it to the end. They do try and play for that positioning, but it's Arrow that play for that team fight and ultimately are able to pick up the kills. Well, on the other side of the map, Liquid are picking up more.
Yeah, Liquid, of course, on their slower rotate now, finishing off Trials. They've got the double purples along with the gold on a Nocturnal. What do you expect when you do have Trials? G2 have been slow about this rotation out from Thermal Station. As round 1 finishes closing, they're still actually here now, hoping that maybe teams roam through. They had such a good job. They did such a good job actually patrolling the southwest side of the map, and it looks like there might actually be a team ahead of them. So patience does pay off, but the shot's not quite connecting yet for Designful, but G2 are still happy to be in this position, knowing that there's a squad ahead of them. As the game goes on, the isolated fights, it should be there for them.
Now, this is something really interesting about G2, and it runs through multiple tournaments. So I'm curious to see if in this tournament they can end up defying it, because G2, when the ring is more on their side of the map, when they know they have more time, tend to spend a lot of time sitting in the same place and don't get as much KP, and actually more often than not end up finding themselves in no-win scenarios because they let the game happen to them, as opposed to last game, which was the prime example of G2 making the game happen to other people. So I'd like to see them on the rotate now, finally having been pushed out of their comfort zone with that close ring. But will they find the same kills to match up with their performance last game? That has yet to be seen. Right now, though, it would be a change up in style as G2, when that circle pulls closer to them, tend to have a harder time.
And we have it. The Tomcat Rat Camp Kimchi Lee on the Gibraltar will be ratting this one out for his squad. It looks like Strictly just completely got out of the game, so he's just going to be waiting for game number 6 on board with Team Pringles. You have that fill-in of Tsunami. They're holding the Northern Rotunda building as the EMP does go down, but you need to throw down that shield earlier on. Here's Era, though, making their next push into another squad. Bubble has already gone down, so this is going to be a difficult one, but that's a big connect out from Tech here. They're a little bit lost. Defensive bombardment has gone down, forcing the fight inside. They get the first knock onto XZ's plane. Rambo will fall, and Era have woken up themselves, but here comes the third party from G2. As you can see, Designful's leading the way. There's a large disconnect, though, as they were not fully there as a 3-man. So Designful's just going to bide his time. They're going to look for an opening a little bit later on to try and push on to Team Era.
Respectable and, I dare say, uncharacteristic control from G2 as well, holding off on that push because they were split, wanting to play this the most controlled way possible, and they do it instead by taking control of a building. I like what we're seeing here, and it pays respect, of course, to the fact that Arrow were very clearly able to manage a team fight of their own, maybe even ready for another one. So G2 are going to have to continue looking for their next meal elsewhere as they hold down this banana in Sorting Factory for right now, and Cheez It, they've got the high ground here. They should control the flow of the ensuing battle.
All right, Cheez It with a pretty decent spot over here at Sorting Factory, and you can see that a little bit of launch light is still in, and so they're banking on this ring. Continue to pull down to the south now. See if any team can actually bring up more ring information for us, as it's still actually just round 2 closing up, and we're down to 15 squads. So it's been a pretty action-packed first beginning stages of game number 5. And as this ring closes, we should find a little bit more action, especially with G2 right here in the middle of things. Liquid might be able to find a sandwich onto them. They have to be careful now. They make their way into Sorting Factory. So many teams have made their way on in. G2 finally making that push on to Era. They got the first knock on to Oxy, and now Liquid are just biding their time. They do spot out the domes. Here come the nades to try to get something off of it. That's a big connect out from Nocturnal, but the defensive bombardment puts a stop to them. That's going to allow G2 to go for the full reset. Good awareness out from Nocturnal, keeping that flank cleared from the team pushing out from Banana, getting the crack onto that purple armor as G2 continue their push onto Era, getting the knock onto Tech.
It's incredible play here as they're trying to manage sort of a triangle of fighting. Liquid having taken G2's spot, trying to push into Era's. It's all a clamber for the hierarchy here as you can see the pre-fire from G2 keeping Liquid at bay. Is now Liquid, they're on the push of their own, wanting to clean up the rest of Era. They end up getting the kills. Now they have to reset very, very quickly to prepare for the G2 that they know is coming. Bill is going to have to pop the battery right here and is going to be able to do so in time. No doors to protect them, but it seems like Liquid, they've claimed the sort of Dragon's Cave of loot boxes that was Era's moments ago.
Yeah, they have the armor swaps out. You can see there's an empty purple on the ground, I believe. They should be able to pull out more for this situation, knowing that they have G2 just right behind them. I'm surprised that Liquid are able to push up onto this and not even find G2. Maybe G2 just pushed up to the north there. But for the time being, Liquid will be happy with this position as we're just waiting for the next ring information. No one has been able to hit that beacon in the middle except for Crypto squad, so if you can check in with the Crypto teams, that would be amazing. They're topping off the armor swaps for themselves now. As you can see, the Phoenix kits and the bats are being popped for that. So Liquid, like you said, they've got that Dragon's Nest full of goodies and treasures to really utilize. There's this player right outside, so it's not completely clear for them, but it looks like they're getting really greedy for these armor swaps, getting extra loot for themselves here.
We've seen a lot of teams, though, already today fall prey to jumping down to the low ground for that extra kill, most notably when Era ended up baiting with that move. So Liquid, having learned from that at the very least, are going to be playing a little bit safe. This is not a spot we see often. An interesting position taken by Aberlele, as he is detected, but I'm not sure there's too much anybody can do about it.
Yeah, playing on the top of the toilet bowl, he should be really safe. Reconnecting with the rest of Cloud9, who are building the holding the main building over here at the northern side of Sorting Factory. CLG, though, in a world of trouble as Madness is down to almost 1 HP. Popping that Phoenix kit for now, and it's all up to Noct and Vax to just stay alive. 00 negative as they will take him out. And it looks like he was just a little bit preoccupied with Team Pringles there. A lot of teams involved in this fight, though, as Knights themselves are trying to recover. They've lost out on one. It's only left to Bronte trying his best to climb up to avoid a lot of this fighting on the ground. But he'll get taken out. Cloud9 picking that up with Applejacks trying to pick up the remnants as well. They're forced back, though. As you can see, the nades coming out from the stairwell now, but it's just going to be some utility being committed from either side. Applejacks, oh boy, they're about to get hit by this nade. Port out from Kubsky to get them back up to that jungle gym area just to the north.
Really smart timing on that from Kubsky. Gets his team, like you say, out to safety, and more importantly, avoids the damage from that Arc Star and the slow that would have come with it. now have gotten themselves out of the sticky situation where we saw TSM and C9 both fighting for control over Sorting Factory, and importantly out of the eyes of Liquid, who have taken up residence in their former home. Applejacks find themselves in a rough spot and needing to push back in here, as now we can see that next circle now that we've got Applejacks with the crypto here, and you can tell how difficult it's going to be for them to rotate in. 303 though, trying to maintain control of Sorting Factory. Will they be able to do it? The health bars are low, but they do have the highest of high grounds.
Yeah, it looked like they tried to come in for a third party here, but we do have another fight taking place. G2 versus Cheez It right now. Suzu, though, with this bow check bow, he does have a defensive bombardment. Designable has been finished off, so the momentum of G2 definitely getting slowed down here. As 303 will just back off. They could try to make a push for the other side of this building. They have another minute and 15 seconds to play off of, so good call to just back off, go for the reset, and try to find get a better grasp of what's going on here on the north side of the map. You can see we got Cloud9, CLG up here. Cloud9 are holding the southern side of this building. Applejacks are below them as well. So it's just a powder keg here on the northern edge, and we'll see who comes out on top.
It's going to be really, really tight, especially with G2 operating at 2 members, but with a Kraber that acts like another half member every once in a while, especially when you're hitting your shots. Gentrifying wants to try and grab that banner for the chance of a respawn, but it's definitely a really risky proposition with 3 members that could be looking right down at you right now. Gonna go for it. We'll see if he ends up getting out alive. Does have the Wraith for the extra safety here, so we'll be able to get Designful's banner. Hopefully that respawn can come in, because otherwise G2 are going to have a very, very difficult time. Kraber, the patience on it is immense right now, and I don't think we're going to see Gentrifying announcing his location.
He's been scanned, and so the jig is up at this point. They know that's a duo on the roof here, but here comes Cloud9 making the push out to make sure that they have full control over this push, over this roof, as Albert Laley's taking a lot of damage, but Zach Mazer is there to back him up. EMP coming out will slow them down, along with the defensive bombardments. Big connects, but we'll see if they can survive. Applejacks taking advantage of this third party, taking the roof now. Cloud9, though, they can still fight back as a duo, but it doesn't matter now as Applejacks pick off Zach Mazer. So it's all up to Stay Naughty, who get finished off. Applejacks will pick all 3 of those kills up. No, it's actually Nemusona sniping one of those ultimately in the end.
That was clean, and it was quick, and Nemusona, the sub for Team Rice Krispies Treats today, definitely earning their spot. We'll see how that continues, but Applejacks really impressing me there with the control on the push and the guts to challenge the likes of Cloud9, who had just found an incredible play to get control of the high ground. Applejacks hijack that, now have the momentum as we approach this next ring. They will have to ditch off of this high ground, and there are a lot of teams looking at them. We'll see if they're able to do it, as they do have that crypto for the extra bit of information as well, and should be able to find the optimal spot.
Right now for Rice Krispies, it's about holding off the teams to the north. They know that Applejacks were just up there. They hear the fire coming out from the northwest side, so they just need to hold down Banana at the top side here. And there's so many entrances for them to do it, so all 3 members have to stay alert, have to check their own doors here. But Lightstar Joe is keeping an eye on the curve of Banana there, making sure no one pushes up on them for free. It's going to be Applejacks that'll be dropping down onto them. They don't have to commit onto the low ground. They can still try to push for the roof here. As you can see now, teams are trying to find a spot in the next zone. CLG pushing up. One of the high ground cranes have already been taken, and so they do not have that option, unless maybe they find an opening here. But Madness is forced down onto the low ground, along with Vax getting cracked. Still has a Kraber. 8 shots left in the barrel for him. And if they get a knock, they might try to full send it in with that Valkyrie.
What is this?
For the time being, though, we're going to go ahead and clear out this building. This was where Liquid was beforehand, and Madness is like, okay, this is some free loot. We'll take it. We'll take it. This is a nice pit stop for them, but they still need to worry about their next rotation in.
And Liquid right now, they're busy running into Applejacks, and unfortunately aren't having the best time, but Renegades not having the best time either. Caught around this respawn beacon. Great bubble play from Pow Pow. Will it be enough to clutch out this fight? It looks like it will. Renegades are winning this for now, and they look like they've just finished off a member of TSM, potentially the entire squad, but in the chaos of this final ring, we'll have to see if that ends up panning out for them. There it is, gentrifying with the snipe onto Imperial Hal. Should have knocked them out. And TSM, their journey in points will end here. Well, somehow G2 with the 2-man squad, they're hanging on, and Renegades are as well, camping this respawn beacon, making sure nobody gets that full squad power.
This is G2's opportunity now to take the lead in the overall leaderboards for the day. CLG find themselves in a halfway decent spot, but you can see the roof control coming out from other squads over by Banana. Bubble has gone down for them. They will not have that ready. And here comes a defensive bombardment right on top. Vax is trying his best to avoid a lot of that damage, but as he takes in the skies, he's getting lasered down now by Applejacks. It looks like Razor underneath them as well, and Baxlon has fallen. Madness is the only one up so far. Actually, Nox somehow survives with a sliver of HP, trying to commit onto that med kit, and it looks like he will be able to get it off, but Applejacks, it's just a matter of time, or who will actually steal this kill away. You can see a full 3-man trying to pick off that kill onto Nox, but he is still a pest and somehow still alive.
They don't manage to get it there, and I think he might have made it to the portal. We'll have to check in soon, because if they did, the revives can come in from Wraith. We can keep ourselves in this game. 7 squads remain, and it's about to get real tight here as we push in. One of my favorite circles in the game, Jamerson, is when we get Sorting Factory. There's so much to play around right now, and Applejacks, they rule it all on top of the Banana. They throw out the dome afterwards, making sure they have control of the high ground. Well, it looks like Cheez-It just finished off G2. You're gonna get Applejacks sliding on in to finish off Cheez-It.
We have 5 squads remaining as Rice Krispies make their push on out. Renegades biding their time over here by that respawn beacon from the Blue Bills. Almost got the one clip Bowser did. Now he's down to 45 shots left. Harstar forcing him out of cover, and he does have to tank that one, but he is picking up some kills there. Kangarna Scurry coming in now, picking up 2 kills for the Renegades. Excellent fill in, and now it's down to the final 2 squads. It's Renegades with the man advantage. They know they have the man advantage as well, so they'll top off. Applejacks versus Renegade. 3v2. Make that a 2v2. Upski melts him with the flatline, and that was the Gibraltar, so they will not have the fast res. Applejacks looking to try and take advantage. They climb on up, spotting one out, almost getting the crack, and just like that, Pow falls, and Scurry tries his best playing inside the corridor, but Applejacks will go ahead and take the win here in game number 5.
Applejacks go crazy there. And Jamerson, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. They showed it to us there. It was wild to see them control that game from the moment they took the high ground all the way forward. What a play from Team Applejacks, and now they might put themselves very well at the top of the partnered squad so far. Splash has been holding that title, but I think that Applejacks may have even passed them and put themselves in contention for those top couple squads.
Yeah, we have one final game remaining, and so we're going to take a break, and we'll find out exactly where all of our teams stand just beforehand, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with game number 6 after this.
I've been playing Apex Legends since launch, and the reason I got into the game was I started looking at Twitch because I was really bored. I'm like, what the heck? That seems kind of fun, but maybe it's going to be like kind of bad because it's free. And then I tried it out, I'm like, oh my god, this is so addicting. And I couldn't stop playing. It became my favorite game instantly.
As well, you need to fight this one out as a duo. Bubble used from either side, and they should be able to finish him off. Knocks him out.
My role for the team is usually the co-IGL. I usually help Phony with the calls. He usually makes all the rotates, and then I just help like micromanage some of the plays. Like once it starts getting tense late game.
Get so much value out of their med kits, but they're just not going for it. They're going for the kills instead.
My go-to legends are usually Wraith or Octane because they're both small and mobile, and since they're so mobile, I like to run just a shotgun, which is like an Eva, just completely broken, and then just run like an R3 for the medium range because then you can still be helpful, and always the shot damage for your team.
Not able to clear the drone. It looks so close, those shots, but good team fire as they turn around onto exit.
It's so fun playing with my team every week because then I have like Presley who's always just like funny, so then I just show up and I'm ready to smile because I'm like alright, he's gonna whip out a joke any second out, and then Funny's just like there, just like ready to compete. It's awesome. He's like, you can tell he wants to win. If you ever need a refuel while gaming and need a quick snack, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to buy your Pringles. My name is Fury. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeso here in Studio Red of the Esports Arena HQ, coming to you live from beautiful, sunny Irvine, California. Game 5 all done there. Team Applejacks coming out on top in what I believe might be their first win of Season 3, so congratulations to them. Big performance there, big win, able to take down everybody else in the lobby and getting the dub there. So well done, Applejacks, trying to make that charge up the standings. You heard Dia saying that maybe they might have had enough there to jump over Team Splash that has been holding the torch for the partnered squads here tonight. We'll have to see how that shakes out when we check our Mobile One leaderboard after we go back to Jamerson and Dia here in a few, but let's check out our player of the game for that last one. It's gonna go to Cubski there. Great game. 5 kills, 3 assists, 1,854 damage. So that was not just Applejacks sneaking in, playing safe, getting into those late circles, and then finishing the last squad. That's 8 kills at the very least for Team Applejack. So that's a solid 20-point game at least for Applejack. So we'll have to see, again, how that shakes up our Mobile One leaderboard, but it certainly makes things interesting going into the final game. But probably the most interesting storyline is the TSM versus G2 matchup. We saw G2 result in Gentrifying getting into those later circles, weren't able to grab a top 3 slot, but still getting some KP, getting some placement points there, and we'll have to see how that shakes up our leaderboard because it's going to be an exciting run to the finish with one more game left. Do want to let you guys know if you guys want to grab yourself a Pringles jersey like I'm rocking here today, or maybe you're a big Applejacks fan after they just grabbed that game, head over to shop.esportsarena.com and you can use promo code Pringles. You can use promo code Pringles in the shop to get 15% off your order. So that's shop.esportsarena.com. All right, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, our final game of the day, folks, the run to the finish on Pringles Week starts when we return.
Hey, what's up? My name's Phony, and when I'm not playing Apex Legends,
To turn this one around, they got the res onto Presley, and Team Pringles are...
I like to draw. I started drawing basically when I was like around 5-6 years old. My art style is not really realistic. When I draw, I like to draw a bit more cartoony, more, I guess you could say anime style. Something along the lines of just basically like Cartoon Network, all that type of art style. Today, I'm gonna be drawing you guys a little different kind of Travolta here. I'm gonna be drawing him in a little pop art style, and I'm gonna try to make him into an own unique collectible with a little Pringles gear on him. And I'm gonna just change up his, I might even put a little mustache, we'll see at the end of the video. But what I wanna do with this is I wanna make a unique collectible, a pop collectible of a Pringles Gibby. If you're ever looking for new snacks while gaming or some new gear, go ahead and go down to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Pringles products. My name's Phony, I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We have one final game for the evening here during Pringles Week on Pro Night. So let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where everyone stands. I don't think G2 were able to do enough there with TSM going down a bit earlier on. And there it is, the 12-point differential. G2 and Liquid tied for second place, but G2 should have the tiebreaker advantage at the very least. CLG find themselves 6 points beneath Liquid and G2 right now. So there's still an opportunity for these squads to try and snipe away the win from TSM.
Applejacks go crazy. It was a wild game for them, and hey, I don't know if they can make the top spot, but if with another performance like that, they could certainly rocket themselves to a point where they can contest the likes of G2 and Liquid. But shout out to the rest of the partnered squads as well, as I want to transfer over to that, see how they're all individually doing, because Cheez-It was also stepping up big there. It was them that ended up taking down G2 mid-game, and honestly, making the lobby a whole lot easier for everybody, because those guys that can and will roll you if given the space, Cheez-It do not give it to them. They constantly apply pressure. They end up getting the kills, and looky, another partner squad comes out on top. Applejacks moving themselves all the way past Team Splash, knocking Team Splash down to that 12th place. But as you say, it is about the battle for that top spot as well. TSM, G2, we'll see which of them come out on top, or if it's Liquid that steal it away. Let's take a look at that Mobile One high performance moment, though, to see how it all broke down.
Yeah, this was just Applejack's full control over Banana, jumping down from that northern side, and you can see why the roof control was so pertinent throughout all of this. The fighting taking place here, the EMP even coming in and getting a connect, I think, onto Bowser. That might have been a nade that was just behind him. And so from here, Renegades try their best to pick up as many kill points as possible, but the zone just forces them out. Now, I believe it might have been Bowser that goes for the peak, and he just gets absolutely melted as he goes for it.
And you know what? It seems like when we were coming into today that we were talking about Intel and how good they were and how we were expecting them to take that momentum and go forward. But in surprising fashion, we've seen instead every partnered squad take what Intel did to them in the open and learn from that. We've seen so many of these squads playing with a much better sense for positioning than we saw last week. And it's really paying off there. Nothing exemplifying that more than our Game 5 Mobile One high performance moment. The positioning there, as you mentioned, winning so much. And obviously a really good knock from Kupski to start us off makes it a lot easier to clean up.
Yeah, I think the presence of teams like G2 in that southern part of the map make it that much more difficult for Team Intel to try and recreate what they did yesterday. But let's take a look at the cumulative leaderboard. So, not too many points accrued from Team Intel, but with a 100-plus point game from them yesterday, they still have this lead right now in first place with 254 points overall. And it looks like finally Rockstar is starting to close the gap up against Team Pop-Tarts. There was a 20-point discrepancy between them before last game, but now it's been cut down to about 14 points. So Rockstar slowly chugging along to try and get themselves onto the bubble in that 4th place spot. Remember, the cumulative leaderboard is going to be super important. We still have 9 more weeks of play after this, and so nothing's set in stone quite yet. We have not kind of reached that point of no return where teams can't get in, but it looks like we have our final game of the day set up here. In game number 6, we're heading into World's Edge. Let's check in with Applejacks to see what they've been doing. We know that they've been dropping over at TrainYard, and they have finally been, in the last 2 games, finding the timings to go for the third parties over at Countdown because of the 50-50 that has been taking place there.
Let's see how this one ends up playing out. We've got one final game in our day to see if Intel can repeat their performances from yesterday. We did mention it was going to be harder, but if any squad's going to do it, I was expecting it to be this one. A group of friends that's been playing together since the days of Xbox. Certainly have the synergy here in these clutch endgames if they can only just get to them, because we've seen so much happening early on. And even now, a melee kill early on is changing everything as Nestle Splash, they find themselves in another fight off to the north at Countdown. It is a knockdown, drag out one as the Mozambique goes crazy.
Yeah, the first kill on to Tech here as Razor now on the back foot. They will get finished off, and they do it fast enough, so maybe they avoid the third party. Nope. It's going to be Rockstar coming in from Lava Fissure this time around. But do they put themselves at the mercy? Maybe Applejack's coming in. These fights take place so quickly, so it looks like Rockstar will be fine. Kimchi Lee, kind of happy about that one. It looks like he might have actually just gone rogue and did this one by himself.
That's actually exactly what happened. I was wondering, do Rockstar even drop over Lava Fissure? And it looks like everybody but Kimchi does, because he's got the game plan here. He knows what's going to be happening at Countdown, and man, what a clutch move to pick up that extra little bit of KP, maybe moving them into a top spot now. You've just knocked out 2 really big players in contention for those prized top 4 spots of the partner squads. CLT, though, in their own fight against Cheez-It, and I wouldn't have it any other way, Jamerson.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Charlotte Phoenix because they want to play off the back of that caustic there. They do have the traps set up for themselves along the doors, and so they want to try and bait them into this one without taking too much damage. The peek out from Kodagami narrowly missing with that sentinel shot, but that does mean he will have to heal up, and it's just unfortunate. They're still sitting on double white armors for themselves, ending off some heals at the very least, and you can see Cheez-It a little bit reticent to try and make this push. And the longer this takes, there's the opportunity for the teams over at Dome, over at Lava City, to try to come in for a third party, even in opening it up for the Renegades to come in to try and third party.
And that's the risk that you're taking here with the dragged out fight. It seems like Pringles are finding one of their own as well. So nobody's slacking here in the last game. This is actually something that we see quite often in these longer form tournaments, is that as we get later and later, the pace actually starts to pick up because teams are realizing that their time to get into the last couple squads is quickly coming to a close, and that's exactly what Rice Krispies Treats are feeling right now, as they've already lost one, hoping to hang on for those points even later. We saw TSM pop off in the last game just last week. We'll see if they can do that again, but for right now, it's all about the Rice Krispies Treats team and their journey of survival as they sprint it away from Refinery.
Yeah, just trying to get out of dodge here, but Pringles have their number. The charge rifle shot this Lightstar Joe, trying to be quick on his feet, but too many snipers in play, along with the long-range weapons with that AR from Phony. And they'll pick off Lightstar Joe, so 2 additional kills going over to Pringles here. I'm surprised that Rice Krispies got caught out in this manner. We haven't even been able to take a look at the ring yet because there's been so much action. So hopefully when things do slow down, we'll be able to take a look at that. But it looks like it will be pulling kind of towards the center of the map for this one, as we've been along a lot of the edges of the map and a lot of southern zones so far. But Team Pringles, they're going to go ahead and take their time moving in with this one as round 1 begins closing in.
And Pringles, one of our squads that expecting great things from. We saw not only some really great art in the break, but I've seen some pretty crazy combinations of Pringles from Fury himself. We'll see if they can pull out even crazier plays. For right now, it looks like we are getting a distinctly unique ring this time around, pulling very far to the Midwest. And you can already see a lot of teams stacked on top of each other there. Lava Fisher is becoming kind of the place to be, Jamerson.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams we saw, of course, the 50-52 teams getting knocked out there, so that leaves a lot of rooms open. Cheez-It and Charlotte Phoenix just full committed onto this fight. The ring's closing in on them, and we'll catch up to them. So the first team that's going to be forced out of position will be Charlotte Phoenix, as they are trying to move up. And you can see Cheez-It are just trying to avoid playing into the game plan and making Charlotte Phoenix on the other side push up. This is super important now, as looks like Nemusona does get finished off by Pringles in the end. But Team Cheez-It in that fight up against Charlotte Phoenix, it's gonna be, I don't know. I don't even know if either team actually survives this. The Knights actually show up for the third party onto this one, as Mollis goes down to Bronzy here. Gilderson's showing up as well. What is going on down here on the southern part of the map? Finicky trying his best to survive. Defensive bombardment has been used by him, but he needs to heal up now. He will fall. Gilderson's picking that one up. And this is what I'm saying. You take so long here on this fight, other teams are bound to show up.
And that's the danger of extending this. We knew it, we called it, and I'm sure that they know it as well, but Cheez-It chooses to take that gamble, and so do Charlotte Phoenix, honestly, who are now facing down the Knights, who are much, much better kitted, but still a little hesitant on the push, because I think that, especially with that scan, they recognize that pushing into Caustic, even if you are better geared, is a very risky proposition. Instead, waiting on the outside, knowing that with the ring coming, Charlotte Phoenix's time is limited.
Yeah, they've got the HP advantage, they've got the armor advantage there, so they're just going to go ahead and cut them off on this rotate. There's the opportunity, of course, to just go ahead and pull down to the west and move through tree, as Knights will give up this position and start walking in with the zone. Intel, though, find themselves in a fight over here at Hot Springs. CLG's Madness getting taken down. So Intel, I don't know if they were just kind of giving up into this position, or if they think the ring will pull down in here. And we'll see how this gambit works out for them. But already, their position is pretty solid, especially for the simple fact they're running that Valkyrie, so they'll have the rotate out if they need to get out of this spot.
G2 are sitting right above them here, and this is G2's favorite rotation. Great stick, I think, landed from Designful, and there it is, blowing somebody up and coming in for the cleanup right now. Has used that jump pad, is a little bit ahead of his squad, but that's not going to matter when you're Designful, when you can single-handedly take down an entire squad, cleaning up the rest of 303. Massive plays from G2, keep their high ground, and start themselves off with some kills.
Yeah, they need to catch up, make up that 12-point discrepancy between them and TSM. Like we said, there's a lot of teams still in the running. Nothing is clinched, especially not first place right now, but TSM are the ones that are currently sitting in that position. We haven't seen them quite yet in this game. We have hit placement point territory at the very least, top 15 here, with 3 players currently missing out of the lobby. So 2 or maybe 3 teams currently damaged. We'll find out in just a moment, but yeah, G2 can take their time here on the high ground platform of the Hot Springs End area, and they'll wait to see if any other teams rotate in from the southern side of the map.
One of the things that I really like seeing in Apex Legends, you can tell when a team is feeling themselves, and they're a good team at the same time. You see this with a lot of pros who are having good games, as G2 are right now. They're spreading out quite a bit, and Designful, most notably, one of those players that will play very aggressively, very far away from his squad, will spread out just to control more space in the map. And with the ability to group up so quickly, G2 are playing this with a lot of confidence, but it lets them have the chance to pick up so much more KP and to deny rotations so much more easily when their presence is almost ballooned over the entirety of World's Edge, in this case, just north, or rather south of those hot springs. That's a lot of meds.
Yeah, I feel like they might just be trying to recover some loot there, and so they're just freeing up spots right now. But here's Era inside the south side of Lava Fissure, trying to make this push. Uzi has been dropped down low, but tacked once again with that PK, doing so much damage. Applejack's now down to just 1 left as Blueberry Smalls gets finished off. There we go. Kubsky, it's going to be full Z to pick that one up. And now Era take out the winners of game number 5.
Well, nicely done from them. And Era get control of a hot spot in the zone. This building on the side of Lava Fissure, one of the better ones to control, as it allows you a lot of safety. Although, unfortunately, you're going to be unable to close that door with the death box stuck in the middle of it. Still a really nice place to have, and with a lot of loot, they've got probably one of the better chances of sticking it out to those top 3 at the moment. TSM taking a different rotation than what we've seen before. A lot of these zones have been southern, and we've seen their routes through there, but it's interesting to note that they're going through Countdown this time when it is a all the way western zone, and taking a lot of time hogging up space in the middle here, trying to catch teams on the rotation themselves.
Yeah, this position just leaves a lot open for them. If they want, they can just go ahead and push up north to try to get inside Lava Fissure proper, but we do have a better idea of where this one's going. It's going to continue to go ahead and pull down south towards that Hot Springs area, so we're seeing a lot of action there right now as Asura has gone down on the Pittsburgh Knights. They need to recover that banner, but he's getting pushed from the bridge. The Beast of the Hunt has been popped on the other side, but he gets the knock onto Kafon, and it looks like maybe G2 might be coming in for the third party here. They try to back off, and you have an Octane on the other side, hitting for the 66, might be able to get the knock, and that is Designful on the other side, but Gilderston is not there to back up his squad mates, and he's just completely disconnected, and he's got Charlotte Phoenix behind them, finishing him off. G2 pick that up, and they should be able to recover Designful.
I'm actually wondering if they're going to be able to right now, because as you said, they should, but Charlotte Phoenix should also be looking to deny this. This is where your IGL having their eyes on the kill feed can change a game. If you recognize that Designful is down and that G2 are exposed, they could make the most of this. For right now, though, it's going to be a little bit of suppressing fire and some nice loot picked up, but no knocks onto the rest of G2, and they'll continue what should be a very good game for them. As Charlotte Phoenix, they're looking for a way into the more northern part of the map right now and are getting cut off by some high mechanic squads.
Yeah, for being able to navigate what happened to them, basically off drop down there at launch site. This is a really good recovery. Greek has upgraded to that purple Evo, and take a look. Ring is pulling over towards the Hot Springs area. So Team Intel, Xset, smack dab in the middle, but it's going to be G2 who were able to recover Designful, and thank you, I believe, Xset, for getting that ring information for us. It is going straight in to the Hot Springs areas. Now we have a large funnel of teams making their way over towards the north of the ring right now. It's going to be TSM and CLG all colliding over in that area.
Look at where G2 are playing right now. Up there, that's their only member holding down the Hot Springs, and Xset are being kept in their place by just the single member of G2. As the other ones, they're over here trying to pick up kills on Charlotte Phoenix and doing so quite well. Maybe this is the secret to how you get as many kills as G2, is just being able to, like we mentioned earlier, cover so much area that you're putting pressure on two different squads at the same time and still winning in both.
Yeah, you've got the skirmishers in Octane and Rape there, both of them having a high level of mobility to get out, so it's going to be safe. You've got the Anchor in Resulta. He's got the G7 Scout. He's running a little bit low on ammo, so eventually he's going to need them to pick up some additional loot for him. Now, despite the distances here, though, he's still playing very confidently, going for those peaks when he needs to, as G2 are still trying to turn the screws on to Charlotte Phoenix. They've brought them down to a duo with that kill on to Greek God, and we'll see if they can actually recover that loot. Doesn't look like it's too safe. They've already used the jump pad as well, but it looks like maybe one of them were able to pick that one up. On board with Pop-Tarts, though, we're navigating the north side of the zone. Exile is just keeping an eye on the flank, making sure no one runs up. We already saw TSM actually pushing out from Countdown, so he's going to be relatively safe up here, but doing his due diligence, making sure his back is cleared.
It makes me nervous, but like you say, it's the best thing that he can do, especially on the Wraith, who has a little bit more safety on the rotation. May have spotted some Era members over there, because we haven't seen whether they've gotten the chance to rotate just yet as well. But my curiosity also tends towards two things. Where G2 end up holding, as I expect them to hold that southern end of Hot Springs, and where TSM end up, because they're another squad that, while they're willing to play from poor positions, I'm expecting to try and get the best.
Pop-Tarts just biding their time once again, and they actually spotted out a team trying to make the push onto them, got the crack, and now they need to get the knock. They do have the PK out. They're not going to allow them go for the reset there.
Oh my God.
The first knock onto the Imperial How, but they've traded back. It's going to be a 2-for-1 exchange, and Pop-Tarts clutch that one
gone.
up.
Incredible play from Pop-Tarts there, and it looked like a laser beam. It certainly was, and it spelled the end of TSM, and likely the end of TSM's hopes of getting that first place, because G2 are still in the game. G2 are still picking up KP, and unfortunately, TSM just don't have that chance anymore.
Exile setting up a short port for them to get up top if they need to, so they won't be stuck down below. Pringles now, though, making a push. I believe this might be the rest of... No, it's going to be Renegades here. Presley going down to Bowser. We'll see, though. Defensive bombardments as it's narrowly dodged by the Pringles squad. They back away, losing out on Presley.
Pringles.
Have not recovered his banner quite yet. The nade forcing Fury out of position here. They're trying their best to survive. They're getting chased down. Bowser will pick that up, but here come the third parties quite possibly now. As you can see, the tactical being used from the other side. That Valkyrie trying to punish Renegades here, stuck on the low ground.
And I know you're watching, Yeso, and I am so sorry to tell you that the two squads that you were hoping would be able to take those first place spots today, it's not going to happen. TSM and Pringles both knocked out, and it is going to be up to a miracle for anybody else to challenge for those spots. G2, the likely ones to come out on top. But Renegade's not doing poorly either, controlling this building. Unfortunately, they've lost a member, especially in Bowser, one of the key members of their squad. So they're going to be playing to rat this one out, to clutch it out, much like we saw Nestle Splash do in Game 1. But they got to contend with some big, big names.
Yeah, they're down here on the low ground. Looks like very little chances of recovering Bowser and getting him back into this game. We'll see, though. He can maybe climb up. Here's Era over at Lava Fissure, trying to make the push onto Pop-Tarts, I believe, who have holed themselves up in this building. And oh no, they opened the door at the wrong time. Z Davis and Exile get finished off. Era will pick those kills up, and they're clearing out a large portion of the northern side, so this should be a free walk-in for them along the tracks. If they run into any resistance, I would be highly surprised, as they do have the jump pad set up. There is a team still holding that building on the outer edges. Want to know who that is? Might be Liquid. The bubble has already been used by Oxy as he makes the cross. They have plenty of cover to walk in with this one, but the zone is forcing them out very slowly. Good scan out, giving them full ideas of where this positioning is from the other side as Tex tries to go for that peak. Nades used to try and at least cover the angles for themselves. They walk in, but Oxy goes down, and it looks like it's just Tex here to rat this one out. It was Liquid holding that high ground angle, and Tex is just playing off the port down here. This is such a scary position as he tries to rat this one out for Team Era.
It doesn't look like it's going to happen either on the receiving end of a lot of shots, and one clips him there. G2 picking up that kill as that rat gets swiped. Tomcat Rat Cam will be no more, but G2, they will continue their reign of dominance up top. It's a very tight ring, but they've still got the high ground. They've still got these skirmishers, and interestingly enough, they've still got Xset pinned down in that building. We haven't seen a whole lot of engages between these two squads just yet, and I know Xset can perform, but can they perform against the likes of G2, who are on a roll?
Yeah, the G2, they've definitely cut into the lead that TSM had at this point. I believe they were tied with Liquid in points overall, so this is going to be a very important finish. Klein with the nice body shot on that Kraber. Doesn't get the knock, though. Alberlele was the one that followed that one up. No, they actually somehow survive throughout all of this as Intel got a kill onto Stink from Charlotte Phoenix here, but Xset are smack dab right in the middle of the ring right now. 5 shots left for Klein here. Not able to connect with it, but this is going to help him immensely in trying to hold down this push from the northern side. Liquid making their way safely into the next zone.
Intel, though, they're still around as well. You can see them showing up at the kill feed at the same time as Cloud9 are getting several kills. This might be their game because they're currently taking down the remainder of Charlotte Phoenix. Plane's not got a whole lot of shots left. G2 still controlling that high ground. They've got the best position in this next ring. Look at the mini-map. It's disgusting, actually, what G2 have managed to pull out here. It might just net them the win. They got to be challenged by several squads that are increasingly encroaching on their territory and fighting over all of it. When does G2 even decide to drop here?
They can take their time. They've got that high ground. They have a lot of the hill to play off of, so they're just waiting on the cooldowns. They're also the healthiest squad in this lobby right now. Full triple red evil armors for them. They're just looking to pick apart the teams that whenever they go for this peek outs inside the buildings. Gentrifying. It's got plenty of ammo left to finish with this late game as well, but G2 are in one of the best spots. Xset, arguably, though, the best overall, as they do have that inside building to play off of right now. The final 3 squads remaining, and it's all G2 from here to close this one out. We'll see. They should have done enough to be able to overtake Team Solo mid, but this is still super close.
Absolutely is, and with 3 squads remaining, tensions are never higher. Xset still looking to steal their second victory of the day. We'll see if they can do it from within. It's a close battle, and G2 still have that god spot. The team that moves first in these endgame scenarios, likely the one to be lasered through. So keep your eyes, especially on those far buildings that G2 are looking down, because that's likely going to be from where we see that first blood drawn and the game start to crumble.
Yeah, you can see Xset, they've got the angle set up. Only 1 shot left in the Kraber, so hopefully Klein has something to swap off to. Actually takes the peek and sees one member of G2 on the other side as the scans do come out. And it looks like most of the pressure is going to be that squad ahead of Xset right now in the other building. They're the ones that are going to be forced out of that building. It's Team Intel, as Verhulst is starting to make his way on in, creeping up, and somehow Intel are just allowed to get out of their building for free. And so now the tables might have been turned just a bit, as Team Intel have a lot more ground to work with.
And they're making the first move, but importantly, they're just announcing their presence. You don't want to take this fight with Xset, because G2 can and will jump down on you. You want to wait for this high ground to be denied G2 by the ring. It will hurt at this point, and Skittlecakes, he's playing with a lot of time here, does eat a lot of damage, but the shield bat's going to be popped in time, keeping him healthy for this ensuing fight. You want to sandwich X-Set, you want to force G2 and X-Set together, but Intel, they might be the ones that are forced into a fight first. Let's see how they manage it. Good Beast of the Hunt gets popped for these extra scans. It's going to provide you all the information you could need. Will it be enough?
Yeah, G2 are now going to be forced to jump out from that high ground. You can see the ring to their back right now. That's why Verhulst was able to pop that Beast of the Hunt at that time. Do have some ammo getting traded across. The scans showing off the positions. G2 still up on the hill for now. Very shortly, they will have to drop down. You can see X-Set. They understand they're smack dab in the middle of the zone, so they can wait this one out. They're playing inside basically the shoulder there. Nice port set up for gentrifying. Try to get roof control here as Designful bides his time there on the edge. You can see the ring slowly encroaching on top of them. Defensive bombardment might be coming down, but they should have a bubble at the ready. And there is the jump pad as well. Here comes the EMP, and that is great timing for G2, holding on to that bubble for that last drop down. Dupe and Verhulst stuck down on the low. They'll get taken out. It's all between G2 and Intel, and this is just going to be G2 taking the win, holding on to the port. No! There's the full peek on out, and X-Set take the win away from G2 with an excellent portal play coming out from them, but will it be enough to actually take the lead away? This is going to be very close here. And I believe TSM were kind of upset there, who had, what, about a 12-point lead above G2. Did G2 do enough in this game to take first place? Well, we're going to wait for our admins to take count of all the scores today to figure that out. We'll take one last break, and when we get back, we'll announce the results after this.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Presley here, and I'm about to try the Pringles Wavy Roasted Jalapeno. See what these things are all about. Just a little bit of right kick in there definitely is going to keep you locked in for the long gaming sessions. If you're ever hungry while gaming, or just want to upgrade some of your equipment, make sure you check out walmart.com/esportsarena. My name is Presley, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Yeso here once again. Our 6 games of the day are done. X-Set grabbing the dub to close out the day strong. I don't know that it's going to be enough to catch TSM, but the question is, did G2 do enough? They're grabbing second place. I'm not sure how many kills they got. It's going to be close. They had to make up a 12-point gap, and I don't believe TSM grabbed any more than maybe a point or 2, so it's likely around a 14-point gap that they had to clear. We'll have to see when we check our Mobile 1 leaderboard in just a few. But let's check out our player of the game for our final game of the day, and it's going to be Rambo. 3 kills and an assist, 728 damage in that one on the Gibraltar, and that's a good performance there for X-Set, closing out the day strong, pardon me. And man, X-Set really coming up. They looked really good today. I would love to see them more consistently challenging for the top. I think this is a very strong squad. I like Rambo as a player. I loved what I saw from him at ALGS back in June. And I think this is a squad on the come up for sure. But got to see consistent placings, right? This is a good performance tonight. We need to see this continuing into the following weeks. I think they can do it. They've got to keep it up. But love what we saw from X-Set here. But we have bigger questions to answer, and it is, did TSM or did G2 take the night? We'll find out in just a moment. We're going to go back to Jamerson and Dia momentarily.
Hey, it's me, Fury, and I'm about to try the original Pringles flavor. Oh, that's so good. It's always a nice classic and a little bit of nostalgia. It's like nice little salty flavor. It's so addicting. It's so good. Make sure you grab some original flavors like whenever you go to the store. It's perfect. If you ever need a refuel while gaming and need a quick snack, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to buy your Pringles. My name is Fury. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored smash. It's fruit freshing.
All right, welcome back to Series E. Game 6 done and dusted. So let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see if G2 did enough to take the win today, and they will eke by with the victory. 66 points overall. That's 3 weeks in a row for G2 now as TSM fall into second place by 5 points. That was so close. And take a look, Xset were just 2 kills away from actually taking second place.
That was actually ridiculously close there with the win to really push them up, and we saw some crazy competition this week from TSM, starting us off wonderfully. I think that they had one of their best showings in Series E so far, at least for this season, and I'm hoping to see them improve, but G2 are going to be very happy, adding yet another medal to their first place streak right now. And Xset starting to come up as well, a squad that everybody knows is mechanically talented, but as it started finding those wins, finally show us what they've got here. And I am so excited to see how they continue to progress throughout this season.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment in the final game of the day. And it was ultimately G2. They were able to clean up Intel fairly quickly here. It was great timing, by the way, with that EMP out from Xset that set up a lot of this, that defensive bombardment going straight through the shield that did get cleared by the EMP. G2 biding their time here. And I was hoping that they just would all turn and look at this port at the same time. Look at how healthy they were, but Xset coming out as a full, it was just a 2-man to clean this one up and getting the win ultimately in the end. And so G2, they do, despite, coming in second place there, get the win overall, and Xset get third place, TSM securing second place. So congratulations to G2 for a third victory in a row in that many weeks as well. We'll see if they can continue this dominance across tournaments as we head into week number 4. We'll be coming back on Tuesday with our open night, so make sure you set aside time for that. That's going to do it for us. We're going to go ahead and send it back to Yeso and the crew back at Esports Arena to close it out. But thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you guys next week.
All right, gentlemen, Jamerson and Dia on the cast today. Give some love in chat for those two gentlemen. Absolutely crushed it on the cast, so well done there. In G2, they did it 3 weeks in a row. Very tight finish there, just 5 points ahead of TSM, who grabbed second. 2 points behind them was Xset. So again, a very strong performance there from Xset. High expectations for those guys. They're looking really good this week. They got to keep it rolling. But G2, 3 in a row. Very, very strong week from them once again, and they finished strong, grabbing not two of the last 3 games, but very high placings in the last 3 games, and definitely one win there. So that closes out Pringles Week, folks. It was a fun run, and we've got more action coming. Don't forget, we'll be back here once again next week, Tuesday and Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/esports arena. We kick everything off with open night on Tuesday and then pro night again next Wednesday. So don't miss out on that. Make sure to follow and subscribe to us here on Twitch if you want to get notified when we're going live. Make sure to follow us on all of our socials as well. We've got some special content coming tomorrow as well as through the weekend. We have also got our grand openings. So if you're in the Miami, Orlando, or Twin Cities areas, make sure to check out those grand openings. We're super excited about that. And also, if you guys missed any of the action this week, you want to see what went down or hear my thoughts on coming changes and discussions in the Apex community, make sure to tune into Final Circle. We'll be live this Friday, 5 p.m. Pacific time, again, right here at twitch.tv/esportsarena for Final Circle, so you're not going to want to miss out on that. It's been a blast, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed Pringles Week Series E continues next week. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back.